Mr. Clark, Mr. Green, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn,
Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Whittor, Mrs. Dalrymple Philbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Steve Wright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Dale, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz, and Mr. Warmington. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we could go through the agenda.
Statement by ministers, announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and statements accounts of the Banana Board
for the year ended December 31, 2023, and its related minister paper number 22 of 2026, titled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Banana Board for the year 2023. And finally, the Bank of Jamaica's report on performance and main activities of the Bank of Jamaica Board of Directors for the financial year 2025, and the Bank of Jamaica's Monetary Policy Statement, August 2025, Quarterly Monetary Policy Report, and December 2025, Quarterly Monetary Policy Report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 17th day of April 2026, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act was passed in the Senate without amendment. Thomas Tavares Finson, President of the Senate.
Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notices at the next meeting of the House. I will move the following motion. Whereas subsection 1G of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica requires a member of this Honorable House of Representatives to vacate his seat if any firm in which he is a partner or any company of which he is a director or manager becomes a party to any contract with the Government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service, or if he becomes a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company which is party to any such contract, and whereas the Member of Parliament for Manchester North West is a director of Awesome Party Rentals and a shareholder of ITGG Limited, and whereas Awesome Party Rentals may from time to time enter into contracts with the Government of Jamaica and its affiliated agencies, and whereas the member has disclosed his interest in these entities, be it resolved that this motion be referred to the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I beg to give further notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move on behalf of the
With a good food, it's not just the destination.
I bounce back, no pogo, unhappy, no.
I'm expecting a little bit of chaos.
It is the journey.
They're gonna surprise me.
There's a method to the madness. Sauce, patty, cheese, ham. Work, man.
I'd say that for sure.
Bro, I never bake a day in my life.
Talent, buttercream.
Masterpiece.
This is where confidence meets chaos.
Talent. So many make that for. Good luck to them.
What's going on? This is I'm in a good food.
Public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motion for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House, first obtained, public business, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier today, and this is in relation to referring the matter to the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives.
Question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier today, be approved.
Members, those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier today, in relation to our debates regarding the appropriation bill in respect of ministries not included in the debate prior to that motion. The standing orders be suspended to enable me to take that motion.
Members, the question is that we suspend the standing orders to enable the Minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier in respect of the sectoral debate. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, as we have indicated today, we will commence our sectoral debate. And I want to join with you to welcome representatives from the Diplomatic Corps and also representatives from the National Security Ministry, National Security and Peace. We will have our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, who will be followed by the Member of Parliament for Kingston East and Port Royal. And just to indicate, Madam Speaker, I would have spoken to the Leader of Opposition Business, and I would have spoken to you in relation to the conduct of these debates. And we would have agreed that we are going to adhere to the time that is set for ministers and for opposition spokespersons. Just to indicate, we have agreed that for ministers, they will get 45 minutes plus an additional 15 minutes if needed to bring the total time for the presentation to be no more than 60 minutes. For opposition spokespersons, they will get 30 minutes and if needed, an additional 5 minutes to bring their total time for their presentation to be no more than 35 minutes. Outside of that, to start the debate, Madam Speaker, we will allow the opening presenters to have an additional 10 minutes just because they frame the context of the sectorial debate. So the opening and closing presentation. Outside of that, we ask the members to adhere to the time. So with that said, Madam Speaker, we are ready. And we ask you to invite the Minister of National Security and Peace, the MP for St. James Northwestern, to start our sectoral debates.
Members, before we welcome the Minister of National Security and Peace, in respect of extension of time being granted in the sectoral debate presentation, those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Let me introduce again and make welcome House the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, who will speak first, Minister of National Security and Peace. The Deputy Prime Minister is the Member of Parliament for St. James North Western. Let's make him welcome.
My colleagues, today I rise with gratitude and a deep sense of service for the 9th time in the sectoral debate. I'm speaking on the mission today of the Ministry of National Security. Madam Speaker, peace has been introduced to the portfolio set of the Ministry of National Security and Peace, and this is due to the success of the agencies of the Ministry of National Security, but in particular the Jamaica Constabulary Force, for the major and dramatic reduction in criminal violence throughout the country. Each year in this House, I am reminded of the strength of the Jamaican people, even in the face of major challenges. The strength inspires me to give me hope and compels me to continue to work with purpose and resolve. It reminds us that our duty must always be anchored in service to the people, guided not by party colours, but by our shared responsibility to every Jamaican. We bear a solemn charge to act with courage, integrity and purpose as we shape the future of our nation. The recent passage of Hurricane Melissa infested many of our communities. Homes were damaged, lives were disrupted, but the Jamaican people did not break. Our recovery continues. We remain committed to ensuring that no community is left behind. I want to commend the men and women of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, Jamaica Defence Force, the Fire Brigade, and the wide members of the public service. They are not only guardians of public safety, they are the steady hand that our nation depends on in this most difficult time. In particular of this hurricane, many of them are out there, even their families themselves were under severe pressure. Their sacrifice speaks not just to duty, but to the deep and enduring commitment to the country. I want to acknowledge, of course, Madam Speaker, the leadership of the Most Honourable Andrew Michael Honis, whose steady guidance continue to provide direction and confidence during times of great challenge and uncertainty. Madam Speaker, it is a fact that this Prime Minister has faced some of the most challenging times in the history of our country. We started with the economic issues, which was started in the previous government, but the fiscal challenges were faced, and is one of the successes of the country at this point in time. COVID-19 pandemic, a 100-year pandemic that hit the world, but hit the country for the first time in 100 years. Well, it's a 100-year pandemic, major challenge to the entire country, damaging the very fabric of our society. Of course, we have had severe weather conditions, burial last year, Melissa, and of course, in maintaining our democratic standards, we have had 2 general elections and a parish council election. And of course, we inherited a wave, an chronic epidemic of severe criminal activity, and we have had to deal with all of them. It is only, I have to commend our Prime Minister for his leadership. As we continue, Madam Speaker, I have to note my colleagues across there said, one of my good friends from South Manchester spoke of divine intervention. I don't think he understood that it was already decided. He got the wrong intervention. Somewhere in Spanish Town was a young man who invented to occupy the seat of authority as Prime Minister. That was a divine intervention. One pair. It is remarkable that we have one Prime Minister through this remarkable stage in our history, with all the crises we have had. I want to thank my colleagues in the Cabinet for their continued partnership and collaboration, and extend special appreciation to my Minister of State, Honourable Juliet Cuthbert Flynn.
An Olympian will run the race for Jamaica on the world stage and continue that journey in service to our country. Thank you. I want to thank her. She brings that spirit of determination to the ministry, carrying out her responsibilities with quiet strength, unwavering commitment, and a deep sense of national duty. I want to recognize a dedicated team within the ministry, led by Permanent Secretary Ambassador Alistair Stonewall, including technical administrative staff. They work tirelessly to deliver on our mandate. It is indeed a privilege to work alongside our national security departments and agencies, which include the Jamaican Constable Force already referred to, led by our Commissioner, Dr. Kevin Blake, the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency that has quietly invaded that area and is having some significant success both in the public and private sector in dealing with corruption. The Passport Immigration System Agency, a quiet agency, tend to be below the radar, but a very important part of our border security and doing an excellent job both in security and allowing our visitor experience to be improved. We are working hard at taking it to another level. The Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine, which will be approved later again, one of the finest in this region. The Firearm Licensing Authority, the Department of Correctional Services, the police, and my minister has particular responsibility for it, although she's the lady. The Police Civilian Oversight Authority and the Private Security Regulatory Authority. I commend their leadership and staff for their unwavering commitment to building a safer Jamaica. I want to express my deepest gratitude to my wife and children for their continued support. I want to thank my medical team for the exceptional care and attention, and the members of the public for their prayers, well wishes during my recent medical events. But I want to express my gratitude to my colleagues in the Honourable House on both sides. Your encouragement, your understanding never wavered. And even in my absence, I got the messages where I couldn't answer the telephone directly. My daughter did all of that for me. She was a champion in that time. I didn't have the opportunity to speak with each of you individually, but your goodwill and your prayers and expression of getting well better was deeply felt and sincerely appreciated on both sides of the house. I thank you both. I want to thank the people of my constituency for their trust and confidence. Their support continue to guide my service. I have to recognize, should have recognized the audience, but I have at a later stage the diplomats who are here and other members of the Ministry of Staff who joined me. And of course, I should also add a recognition on this very manly, and it's Anderson Manley Duncan, who is here more for the House leader on that side, the opposition leader. But we recognize her as one of our outstanding public servants of our time. Could not have her here and don't recognize you, Bev. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has outlined a clear vision for Jamaica's future, grounded in resilience through unity and progress. That's part of what I have to do all the time. Today I rise to build on that vision. I will outline how we are strengthening peace, enhancing safety, and driving transformation across our communities. Prior to the year of Andrew Holness-led administration took office in 2016, Jamaica was on an upward trajectory of escalating gang activity and violent crime. These trends continued into 2017, when the country recorded one of the highest homicide rates, 60 per 100,000, with 1,647 murders. This level of violence far exceeds the capacity of the normal policing activity in the country. And in public trust in the police and the government was low. And the simple dream of citizens sleeping with their doors open at night was a far from reach and an admirable aspiration only. When we came into office, many communities were under the grip of gangs defined by violence, intimidation, and gunmanship. But then, under the leadership of Dr. Andrew Holness, we made a decision. we made a sober decision. We decided that Jamaica would not surrender to criminality. We made it clear that gangs would not operate freely or comfortable in this country, and that crime would carry consequences, swift and certain consequences. Despite certain skepticism and constant pressure, we remained focused, locked in, and stayed the course. We committed to doing the difficult work required to restore order and rebuild society. This is the foundation of our legacy, Madam Speaker, and today we are building on that foundation. Madam Speaker, since 2016, we have made sustained and unprecedented investment in national security. On the average, we have committed approximately 10 billion annually in capital expenditure into capital. Despite the various economic shocks that we have had to confront over the period, we have remained disciplined and unwavering in that policy direction. This level of investment is far greater than in the previous period in our history and reflects a deliberate strategy to build a modern, capable, and responsive security architecture. The security capital expenditure can be seen on display, and it is obvious what happened after 2016 and the remarkable investment to make Jamaica safe and to protect and serve our people. We'll comment on some of the major economic implications for that at a later stage. In fact, my colleague to my right and my friend in St. James will in fact make him a stronger comment, as it has aided his own progress, who has worked hard to bring the resident industry up to a certain level. I want to commend the administrative leadership of the Central Ministry. We refer to the Permanent Secretary team, led by the Permanent Secretary and the Chief Technical Directors, for the work behind the scenes to help facilitate this level of capital expenditure. Madam Speaker, when an institution moves on average expenditure under $3 billion per year to it now spends up to $20 billion in 1 year, it reflects a dramatic movement. The ministry is able to spend that quantum of funds over the year with a high degree of integrity and efficiency. Projects are not stalled in procurement process. Projects satisfying the public investment appraisal requirements and not in receipt of any adverse trace from the Auditor General reflects hardworking, competent professionals in the public service who deserve to serve. In fact, Madam Speaker, I said to them recently, that's like moving a staff from a sidewalk shop into a large supermarket, and they're able to sustain the management and success of the business.
Walden University set a course for change. Policing deployment, proximity policing, more police here, more there, but there was no attempt to expand the force to a level where they could manage the tasks they were given. We recruited, we trained, and we introduced new training programs. This expansion has allowed for a more effective deployment, establishment of specialized units like the operational supporting teams, the special operation teams, increased presence in communities, and the advancement of proximity policing. Many will tell you sometimes you're driving to and from Montego Bay, you pass police every parish you go. Every major intersection, a reflection of presence. We have strengthened leadership and supervision in the force, and this is crucial, Madam Speaker, to ensure sustainability and quality.
Since 2024, some 2,250 police officers, including 250 gazetted ranks, have been promoted to fill critical vacancies, support our policy to expand, professionalize the officer corps of the police force. In addition, we have invested heavily in mobility and operational readiness. We have procured just over 2,000 motor vehicles to ensure and maintain a steady fleet, cost of $7.5 billion. This increased capacity, Madam Speaker, has enabled the JCF to significantly strengthen its various policing activities, but in particular, the use of what they call national coordinating roadblocks. In all divisions, the police have provided operational tools that disrupted criminality heavily. It has also contributed significantly to reduce road fatalities. It is hard work. The national roadblocks, I was told, and we'll come back to it, in this quarter, they were doing over 4,000 national coordinated roadblocks across the island. What the process is that every division, all 19 across the parish, are required to do 2 major roadblocks at the critical points of intersection. This is what reduces criminal movement, the movement of firearms across the island. When they start out, they used to pick up the firearms like they were falling off the tree. They interrupt the critical cars moving, and criminals don't move out when they know police on the road. It has, in fact, helped to impact all the work. There's some more work to be done. We are working collaboratively with the Ministry of Transport to identify that work. But the increased mobility of the police has been a major contribution to the effect of the police. The establishment of the operational support teams and the area fugitive apprehension teams. Of course, Madam Speaker, by virtue of accidents sometime and other reasons, sometimes the small station may run out of a vehicle. And the Commissioner made it very clear, if you crash a vehicle, you're not going to get one until the next set comes. You're not going to pull it. But more critically, the deployment of the policemen in the Areas Division has changed dramatically, and it is not absolutely critical to necessarily have always a vehicle at a particular station. Because the operational supporting teams and the area fugitive apprehension teams are deployed from divisional headquarters to go to critical areas in the parish. They know where the intelligence tells them where the gangs are, where the troublemakers are, who is likely to cause conflict. The Community Security Safety Branch know when their call is starting, and the policemen are deployed in those areas to supplement knowledge. So, in fact, the priority has to be to get the operational supporting teams in the critical areas, and that's why we continue to have a decline in homicides. But yes, we are seeking to maintain our fleet level where all the states will have at least one vehicle, but we have to ensure those special teams are operational, what we call the kinetic teams. They must be in the critical areas. So when problems start in land settlement, MP from Manchester, we put people there, and we're going to cut the rate of homicide. Madam Speaker, we are making targeted strategic investment to build a modern police force driven by technology, powered by data, and enhanced, anchored in accountability. Among all agencies of government, the JCF has demonstrated some of the most significant progress in modernizing its processes and operations. We continue to digitize across the They have a whole team digitizing records from 2013, and by the end of this financial year, all our police stations will have their front desk with computers, and the big books will begin to go. It's an enormous task, but they're proceeding. We're making targeted strategic investment to we are transforming traffic enforcement through digitized technology. Well, no, when the policeman stops it, it's not a matter of talking to him, pull him ticket. We'll provide an additional 1,500 e-ticketing devices this year, bring a total to 10,000 devices. That will mean total replacement of hard copy activities and place the JCF closer to full transition to digital ticketing. Indeed, the police was maybe the most advanced agency in terms of digitization of its policies to make it more efficient, and we are beginning to see the results. We had to, of course, introduce a ticket information management system, because one that was acquired some time ago was not only dated but impossible to use. And in the process, we have contributed to significant activity on the road because the national coordinated roadblocks have seen this quarter one of the lowest in terms of fatal accidents on the road. We are strengthening Jamaica Air Program, National CCTV Surveillance Network. We are expanding the cameras. We are looking at a target of 3,000 cameras over time. But we are not quite there. We will be acquiring additional one this year, and we will complete that process by the 28th budget year. We have acquired body-worn cameras, and they have been deployed, but deployment is decided by the Commissioner of Police. Body-worn cameras are part of modern police equipment, and the only person who has the authority and the professional capacity to instruct where they should go is the Commissioner of Police as a team. No civil society organization can tell us where to put them. That was what was damaging the police for years. Everybody like cowboy policing and Don Mansip and then tell police how to go police. Cameras are good for transparency and accountability, and we will continue to acquire. We have another 1,000 order, and the police will provide the equipment. Well, let me make it plain. The police force, my job is oversight and providing equipment. Society holds them accountable. They do policing, and we have an excellent commissioner of police. You know that. Modern policing, Madam Speaker, is grounded in science. We have made the investment to upgrade and expand our forensic capabilities. It includes the opening of one of the finest forensic pathology autopsy suite down in Kingston, near the KPH. You know, when we did it, Madam Speaker, somebody said it looks so good. They want to go there, so I remind them, you go there when you're dead. He said his friend told him, well, go to KPH and we'll send you over there fast. But he was concerned. That forensic pathology autopsy suite is excellent. We expect our first corpse in June, and from then on we expect to reduce the weeks and months, wait for autopsy to less than to more than like 10 days. We have also, and Speaker, the modern police must also be supported by modern infrastructure. The ministries have spearheaded the project Rebuild, Overhaul and Construct initiative, systematically upgrading and renovating all police facilities nationwide following rigorous engineering aftermath. We're not quite complete, and of course, Melissa hit a few, which we are working on now. Notwithstanding the impact of Hurricane Melissa, which hit the economy very hard, there is now about $30 billion worth of investment on the ground. Not pipe dream, not promises, on the ground, which we can talk about. These include the Westmoreland Police Division, and I didn't invite them to give you any problem, Mr. President. I'm sorry that. I got heard there, some heat there. I don't know if it's your colleague in Eastern or so, kind of remind you that he will need some attention. The St. Catherine North Division, both models of what should be divisional headquarters, and of course replacement in Bull Bay, Cave Valley, Mucker, Granville, and Amity Hall in St. James are already in the pre-construction phase, and we are working on DIAS. Investment in security for the safety of public Jamaicans. And we'll come to more. There's a major special operation unit to be built in Montego Bay. It will be a multi-billion-dollar project because we have had to be spending money renting spaces for police officers costing millions of dollars, and we'll put that there as a major public sector investment. It will run in the region anywhere from $8 to $12 billion. They say on average maybe $10 billion, which will be a major, one of the biggest government investment in the public sector infrastructure for a long time. But the move there, Madam Speaker, was not just a matter of high crime rate in Montego Bay, or the fact that we say a number of us have interjected in the government. Myself, my colleague, as senior minister, and the Prime Minister, loves Montego Bay. We love him there too. But the economic reality is that a lot of activities have shifted west. In fact, we're discussing the expansion of the UWI campus, and it's pointed out that the population from St. Anne to St. Elizabeth exceeds the same campus, the population of that serves the new campus in the Eastern Caribbean. In addition to that, we have seen major investment moving out. In fact, while we have had disinvestment in the southeast region, a fact we are also seeking to reverse, but a fact of the economy, Twickenham Park, Bell Road, etc., where a lot of industries went, and government is the driving force. We're now doing the development of the port facilities that will replace that. But in the West, the airport alone has seen investment of nearly 400 million US. The perimeter road is there, the hotel rooms, the outsourcing activities. I've all seen economic activity moving to the northwest and the population increasing accordingly. Nigville now is a major township. Montego Bay is a hub. It's a multi-port, which is the Montego Bay port facility have expanded and improved. And we go all the way to Ultra, the highway system has improved. And it's now maybe one of Jamaica's most creative and active economic zone. It therefore required expanded public services. Many of the entrepreneurial spirit of Jamaica I've seen been coming out of the Freeport. They sometimes are criticized for the style, but people like CPZ have become a large conglomerate and other activities out there. So it is necessary that we put investment in public service. So the police station expanded to ensure not only to stop the crime rate rise, but to provide the service required, transportation, our hospital, and the minister have taken some beat by time, but we need all the expanded services in that area, and that's what the investment is about. The police stations have been referred to before, new ones in Mount Salem, Montego Hills, coming Bluefield, Silo, and Newmarket, and Betheltown. We have also ensured, Madam Speaker, that we have strengthened the legislative framework, which is critical to ensure professionalism and sustainability of our successes. The Firearms Prohibition, Restriction, and Regulation Act 2022 was a decisive shift in our response to illegal firearms. This legislation was carefully examined and advanced through the Joint Select Committee, and I commend my colleagues on the other side who were involved in this. And this act was a national policy. I see my friend from Southeast Clarendon nodding. He played an active role in the committee. Southwest. You're coming here to the west. Good broad deliberation and national consensus. Tough penalties were introduced, including mandatory sentencing. We have had a few minor things to amend, and that process is proceeding, and we should have that in this financial year. We have complemented this with strong anti-gang measures, organized, professional, targeted policing, data-driven, and calculated to find the gangs where they are, disrupt them, and intelligence has been extended, ensuring enforcement is not only robust, but strategic and targeted, hence a reduction we have had in criminal violence. This has been further strengthened by the allowing MOCA an increased range of activities which they can investigate. And we have seen that coming, I said, not only in the public sector, but their work in the recent corruption activity at the bank is signature of the kind of work that MOCA can do to ensure there is integrity. The legislative strengthening has been reinforced by decisive operational tools, those through short-term targeted interventions such as the state of public emergency. This disrupts organized criminal activity and restores order in command. There's a graph up there, I don't know if they can find it, which shows clearly each time we had a state of public emergency, there was a dramatic fall. But to ensure sustainability, we had to build out the police force, and it will show at another stage in the discussion. Some say it will not work, but it is clear, the evidence is clear. They worked and worked well. The zones of special operations were further introduced to deal with a medium-term attack on criminal activity, but also to restore hope and public order in some very vulnerable communities. This year we'll complete amendments to the Aliens Act, the Immigration Restriction Counter Citizens Act, and the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction, and Regulation Act. The first, Madam Speaker, I've been there a long time. It sounds a little bit, the Aliens Act, Immigration Restriction Counter Citizens Act, has been around for a long time. In fact, we inherited it at a very advanced stage. We have made one major amendment. We'll be bringing it to the House during this first quarter. It is critical in maintaining the good border management and also in dealing with entire visitor operating airports and a number of other activities critical to security. And we are going to have ensured that it has been going through the system. I think it spent about 5 years in there. The member from South End nods, and then we came on and it has been rolling into the system. But we'll get it done in this Q1. My staff is focused and we'll have it there. Critical piece of legislation. There will be a national policy against trafficking in person to be tabled as a green paper. We'll table a national visa policy as a white paper within the next 2 months. Table the crime prevention through social transformation policy as a green paper will also be tabled. We'll use the new corrections policy developed by the ministry to guide amendments to the Corrections Act, which will be tabled again in this first quarter. These legislative priorities are designed to reinforce the strong institutional and operational framework we have built, ensuring that the gains we have made are secured in law and sustained over the long term. There are other legislative to be done. I will not mention them here because the process, Madam Speaker, as you are aware, and from where you sit, Jamaica seems to examine the entire process of legislating, and if not the process, to look at how we treat the corporate centers in the various ministries, as we have shifted much activity from the ministry to agencies, and have done very little to strengthen the corporate services in the ministry, so that the policies can be done efficiently and well in a short time and get the required instruction to our legislator, to our lawyers who write legislation. They too need strengthening, so that we do not have to take multi-years to do major legislation. We're not only investing in crime fighting, Madam Speaker, measures, we're investing in people, and we're transforming our correctional system at an unprecedented pace. I want to emphasize, Madam Speaker, we sometimes attack there, and we still have old prisoners. One of them is over 200 years old. But we are doing work, and I want again to extend comment to my Minister of State. We're ensuring that the wards of state and inmates are given real opportunities for growth, development, and transformation. Wards in our juvenile facilities are now being assessed, guided, and trained for the future. They are learning trades. That's a graduation ceremony for some of our juveniles. They are learning trades, building confidence, and even stepping into the field like coding and robotics as we give them the appropriate emotional and psychosocial support. This is transformation in action, Madam Speaker, turning correction into opportunity. Turning correction into opportunity and rehabilitation is a real second chance. Through the Retransform program, we are strengthening rehabilitation and reintegration through strategic partnership. At the South Camp, we have just built a modern strength facility for the ladies, so they can live there capable to find active economic activity. This builds on early efforts at the Metcalfe Street Center, where we have a full recording studio. Music is still a part of the genetics of Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, we are advancing bold child rehabilitation and social reintegration strategies. This is grounded in a more humane and forward-looking vision of justice by the administration. It recognizes that children in conflict with the law requires guidance, not punishment. These efforts, all listed above, are already showing measurable results, Madam Speaker. In 2025, the recidivism rate declined from 41% to 27% for the first time in our history, reflecting meaningful progress in offender reintegration. For the first time in recent history, we are recording this kind of significant reduction. The department has an agricultural program, Madam Speaker, and I want to pause a little bit. A very strong agricultural program. We are training not only for the reintegration, but we have made the prison system self-sufficient in eggs, poultry, and pork production, building discipline, skills, and a culture of productivity and good reintegration. Right? Now, my Minister of Agriculture is going to give some more support, and we will, we're going to supply the canteen downstairs here. Not a small fee. Good product. Madam Speaker, we have significantly strengthened our border, not only by intercepting threats, but by modernizing how we manage the movement of people at the goods at the airports. It's a much better service today than we inherited, but in fact we have a way to go. It's a costly process. We expect it will take at least 24 to 36 months to do it properly. We'll be able to work with the Ministry of Tourism introducing that electronic transfer approval, get the PNR system working effectively, but we are much better today than we were before, and Everyone will tell you, walking through the airport now is a much different experience than it was back then. But at the same time, their work in security has been critical. Through enhanced intelligence, advanced cargo scanning, and risk-based targeting system, our border security agencies continue to disrupt transnational criminal networks and prevent entry of illegal firearms and narcotics to our country. At same time, we are improving the experience for the legitimate travelers through the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency. We have advanced the ease and efficiency of processing at airports. In close partnership with the Customs Agency, we are strengthening coordination across our ports of entry, ensuring that our borders are both secure and critical. And jointly, they have just completed a new C5 form that I know the Prime Minister is very pleased about. Customs Agency and PCAN should be introduced, I think, in June? In June, it should be fully introduced. Okay. We are going to introduce new technologies that will further modernize the airport systems and our port facilities and our points of entry. Madam Speaker, building on the social prevention pillar of Plan Secure Jamaica, the City Security Plan remains our primary vehicle for delivering the peace dividend to our communities. Support by the European Union, UK's Violence Prevention Partnership Programme, and our own consolidated fund, the CSP has delivered targeted investment in governance, infrastructure, and social intervention. And Madam Speaker, I just pause again to recognize the several members of the diplomatic corps present in the audience from our partners who have been supportive in our efforts throughout, and we welcome them to this event, and we look forward to continuing work with them. We have strengthened oversight through the City Security Business Group, initiated by the Prime Minister. The establishment of safe space in vulnerable communities, continue the upgrading of police stations, skills training and certification by at-risk youth like heavily.
Did you know it takes minutes to become a Darif affiliate? First, sign up on darif.com/partners. Next, confirm your email. After that, fill in your information. Lastly, get approved and access your unique link. Everything you need to promote Darif is ready for you. Sign up today and grow as a Darif partner.
Hey babes, remember the pizza for dinner later. Don't worry yourself, no cooking today.
Mommy, remember the pizza for the class party tomorrow.
Girl, remember the pizzas for the baby shower on Sunday.
At dominoes.com.jm, I can place future orders. I just choose my store, enter what I want, then select later on the order timing. Then I enter the date and time that I want my order, check out, and pay for it. So I can spend some quality time with my husband.
Can't wait for dinner.
So I won't forget my daughter's order for pizza day at school.
Thanks, Mommy.
And so my best friend can get her pregnancy craving without screaming at everyone.
What would I do without you?
Whatever the moment, schedule it at dominoes.com.jm.
My listeners across and those on the internet and you. Jamaica recorded 674 murders in 2025, marking the first time in over 32 years that murders have fallen below 700. 32 years. We're now on the threshold of achieving another in the historic low. The first quarter of the calendar year has already recorded a significant 29% reduction decline in murders compared to the corresponding period last year. In fact, there's a bar chart in the chart that shows you how that decline is in fact reflecting successful systemic changes, not an incident. As one man was quick to write when we got the 674, that they need to see a trend. Well, you can look and see that trend coming from Q4 of 2024. Strong trend. Yes, and the quarters are showing it. The fact is that the last 2 quarters have been the lowest on record since police began collecting data. So we see we are now at the past tipping point and going down rapidly down. There will be no turning back. Q4 2025 was 153. Q1 2026 is 134. And we'll continue in the note, Madam Speaker, though. I think, well, the member from North St. Andrew is here. But for the entire quarter of Q1 2026, there are not one single murder in Northern St. Andrew. It has some tough, hardcore areas. Tough areas. I used to, every month, Madam Speaker. I used to every month, Madam Speaker. Look at my report. Brook Valley, Stony Hill, Park Lane, 100 Lane, Aki Walk, Gully Bank. Them things they come again. Nothing happening. Zero. You know, we give God thanks for our successes, but it was hard work, good policy to start with, good planning, hard work and investment in our security forces that did this. Well, let me go a little further, Madam Speaker. It was suggested that since 2017, we have saved 3,000 lives by the work of this government. This represents an average of 374 Jamaicans who are still alive today to look to our future. Shooting and other violent crimes are all declined. We express gratitude not only to our security forces, but to our international partners. You see the graph, and again, I'm not following as well, but a steep decline since 2022 in particular. Without the investments and the action and planning of our government, Jamaica would have continued a trajectory that would have made us one of the most unsafe places in the world. Today, people are beginning to have confidence in the street again. There, I pause again. There have been an incident that gives concern. Entertainment is an area where I have constant discussion. And there have been no contention, really. But we have had discussion. My colleagues to my right, both of them, my constituency, in other words, you know, Flanker sees itself as the entertainment center of Montego Bay. At the time when I was in Flanker, you had Wednesday, Wednesday, Disney Thursday, Wet Sunday and Friday and Saturday, every day of the week, a party going. And in the Prime Minister's got the hip strip on Olympic Way. They're partying all the time. But we have seen a little trend, and we are going to work to prevent. We're not going to allow it, criminals to disrupt our entertainment. We have got the tipping point by sustained investment in the police, technology, human capital, and the JCF and the wider ministry. But we are going to, the police will be meeting and instructing, especially in large events, the proper operation must be put in place to protect the event. We're not stopping them, but it is established once it, the FLA has the armored vehicle, will come. It's must be part of the cost for those big events. The police will be there to act because we are working jointly with the citizens and the police and the other agencies to ensure there's peace and protect our people. In the smaller ones, it is sometimes tricky. But it is the policy of the police not to stop the round robins and the wakes, etc. But they must also understand that part of this, large part of the success of the police force is sheer intelligence. And we know when they are about to damage somebody's party. So sometimes we have to stop them. We can't tell them, but it is a fact of life and you have to understand. There are many years having parties, but sometimes, you hear things happen. There will be, social media allows for quick transmission of data and pictures. And we have had one or two incidents which the police commissioner is concerned about. He said the police were abusing their authority. This commissioner and his team have introduced extensive training, not only for special operations team, but in how police manage interface with the public. But they're still concerned if there's one incident. We don't view any incident where the police seem to go off track a bit as acceptable, and the police commissioner has made his comments, written his instructions in his weekly message to his police officers under the police publication on a weekly basis, and we know that he'll correct them. The police force we have today is not only better trained, better equipped, but it's a highly professional team, that I have every confidence in and will continue to conduct himself in that way. Madam Speaker, key drivers to progress have been the strengthening of intelligence policing, which have seen recovery of massive amount of weapons. 1,076 weapons in 2025 alone. Illegal firearms. 1,000. If they kill one, each is 1,000. The police have effectively found them, and in recent times, firearm recoveries have increased, violence declined. On average, recovered some statistics of relevance. In 2011, on average, we recovered about 44 firearms for every 100 murders. 44 for every 100 murders. A ratio of 4 to 10. In 2024, we recovered 73 firearms for every 100 murders, 7 out of 10. We find the gun and went to them. By 2025, we are recovering an average of 3 firearms for every 2 murders. In other words, we are finding some of the stockpiles and the armors because of better intelligence. There is a 50 to 1.
No, we'll take Mr. Based on the motion, you don't need to sit. You will hear the bell go off just to remind you of the extension of time, and so it helps you to manage the remainder of your presentation. Continue, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ratio of arrest to murder has been from approximately 44 arrests per 100 murders in 2012 to an extraordinary 99 arrests for every 100 murders. This level of performance signals a major breakthrough driven by strong intelligence, better coordination, and effective national response. A transformed Jamaica Constable Force working in collaboration with other agencies, MOCA, JDF, and others in the security architecture. We're moving towards a one-to-one relationship, because the greatest deterrence to criminal activity is certitude of apprehension, prosecution. As my advisor say, we have to incapacitate the criminal. If they fight, we knock them out too. Civil society, I just want to make a quick comment, Madam Speaker, and my 24 minutes is good. Let me begin by affirming that Jamaica is a strong democratic country governed by the rule of law, and we have no problem with criticism of the police force or any element of the security forces. More critically, even internationally, we tend not to pay respect to our own achievements in certain areas. Jamaica is one of the oldest democracies in the world. We are among the top 10, right? Even our good friends, and many of our good friends have achieved that. 82 years of electoral democracy. On time within the Constitution, we have had change of government, a majority of 1. We have countries, well, I don't mind, they are friends, but France couldn't pass a budget last year. No? For about 2 years, they can't pass a budget. The U.S. had the conflict of February 20, when they had a change of government. We have been able to have election when we occupied Parliament completely on time and change government. A reflection of Jamaica's commitment to democracy, and we must respect it. We sometimes follow the legacy thought that, of course, because we are politicians, we are not capable of doing what should be done, and disrespect our democracy. It's one of the strongest and most resilient in the world. And I put it here because we have in place institutional framework to oversee, monitor, and evaluate the conduct of our public servants and police force. At one stage, about 4 bodies overseeing the police, and yet when you have an incident here, we must call for independent review. Foolishness. INDECOM, the Office of the Defender, Public Defender, the Financial Investigation Division, the Integrity Commission, and I probe in all bodies which oversee public servants and the police force. And they are designed to investigate issues and take them through the criminal justice system. It's important, Madam Speaker, because if we charge the police in particular in a high-violence society, you know, President went to 60 per 100,000, you know. The United Nations defined what? 36 as civil strife. Went as far as 60. If we support cause that make the police look like they are acting criminally in high-violence and in difficult areas, it undermines the authority of the police. More critically, and I feel strongly, I said, you know, I didn't lose my temper when I went and read the railroad, and I wasn't fully out yet. it hurts me personally, very strongly about it. We must allow the criminal justice system and the oversight body to work. You put policemen at risk. You put 2 police officers in my constituency, retiring members of the force, were killed because it was said that police were killing people without cause. And these were retiring, so they find the soft targets. Mr. Brown family understand. The man was about to retire. Mr. Lindsay was going to look for his friend in Glendevon, right? Who's a lady who was the mother of many of the strongmen. But it was said the week before they had killed somebody without cause, and they murdered it. Man. He went to say goodbye because he was retiring and returning to St. Anne. A quiet little old man, driving, of course, on the whole corridor they used to have, so he couldn't drive too far, dropping a patrol, and the man just walked and shoot him. But more critically, we have recruited 7,100 bright young Jamaicans. Yes. They come from the same challenged communities. Head boy from Titchfield, Garvey Masio, St. Catherine High. They have their other siblings in the same high school. They have their girlfriends and their sisters as teachers in school in those years in primary school. When you start make out that these young men are joining a force to shoot people innocently, then they get assaulted in the community. We cannot allow that to happen. And I will not accept it, condone it, or apologize for it. Civil society is that do so. INDECOM, Madam Speaker, was the Independent Commission of Investigation designed to prevent this kind of veranda talk to hurt the police. There is no evidence to suggest that INDECOM is being impaired or that the police is doing anything illegal. They are in a high violence society. They are in combat recurrently. Combat. Where men are shooting on them. Sometimes some of these people calling on the police to always have cameras should go out there and go to Twickenham Park and let the JD fire some rounds on them head, them hear what an F-16 buzzing on them head is like. Policemen know that. They face that. They can't be made into targets. In the INDECOM report published in 2024 shows, Madam Speaker, that there was 1,936 total shootings investigated between 2011 and 2023, over a 13-year period. There were 66 cases that went to prosecution. They are not complete, so we can't say how many were successful. But that still, if you take all of them, is at 3.4% prosecution. That cannot be used to condemn the professional police officers. It's irresponsible, immoral, and wrong. In 2024, 11 were charged. Of that 11, 8 of them were off-duty police officers, civilians moving about their business. You cannot use that kind of evidence and bring about assault on our young policemen families. It is, again, I say, it is dangerous, it is immoral, and it is wrong. And I make no apologies for that. Citizens have increased, however, and not taking them too seriously because they have seen significant improvement in citizens participating in policing. For example, over the past decade, payouts to tipsters have increased significantly. But on the other hand, the number of people coming in for reward is much less percentage-wise. Every day the police give me a report, targeted raid, find firearm because they get information from the citizens. They are winning the trust and confidence of the people. Less than 6% of the tipsters, 10% collect reward. It's a reflection that Jamaicans are now gaining the confidence, they gain respect for police force. They are informed the police not as informers, but as responsible citizens, not for tips, but to ensure that we can continue to protect and serve our citizens. They are taking a stand for the well-being of their communities. This we must celebrate, Madam Speaker. Now I turn to the peace dividend briefly, and with my time. Ask, what is the peace dividend, Madam Speaker? Simply put, the peace dividend is a tangible social, economic, and developmental benefits delivered directly to communities that achieve and sustain measurable reduction in crime and violence. And I repeat that, Madam Speaker. The peace dividend that the Prime Minister have indicated we must seek to introduce across all ministries, because it's designed is the tangible social, economic, and developmental benefits to the formerly challenged communities, directly delivered to those communities. So it is to give them safer streets, stronger families, more opportunities for their young people, and a better quality of life for all the citizens in those communities. It's when the old lady can no continue to go to a prayer meeting on Wednesday night and don't feel afraid to walk because she might be shot in gang war. When children can go to the school next door and not have to take a taxi and go to the community. Workers can take the work at night and come home from the free zone or want to go free for the hotel when they are released from work at 1 o'clock. And my constituent now don't have to fret and tell me, boy, my daughter get a job, but she can't go because she can't taxi come home and she go sleep with some man downtown who don't even know. Those days are done because of the work of the police for that. It's a peace dividend. Some interesting facts. The final estimate that crime costs Jamaica between 4 and 6% of GDP. Public costs account for about 1.5 to 2.5%. Private costs about 1.5 to 2.16. And in addition, human capital losses amount for about 1.33% of GDP, reflecting reduced economic productivity, a big problem for society, due to homicides, non-lethal victimization, and incarceration. The academics outline that not only the estimate that each life lost is not only a tragedy, but an economic loss, and they put that about 147,000 years. So if you consider the lives saved between 2017 and 2025, economic benefit to Jamaica is between $360 and $700 million US. According to this study, based on expenditure on the implementation of the state of public emergency alone, Jamaica realized a return of between $44 and $90 per head on the dollar invested. This is the power of peace, Madam Speaker. This is what our Prime Minister spoke about. Peace saves lives. Peace creates value, and peace must be reinvested in those vulnerable communities. Building a durable peace requires more than an individual program. So we'll be having extensive community programs through the City Security Bureau across various ministries. We'll provide opportunities for schools. We work with the schools, and we work with the Ministry of Education to ensure we can broaden and scale up much of the program we have done. Our case management program is an outstanding example of successful intervention. The police community security and safety branch is being expanded. We expect to be able to place resource persons in all the challenged schools. And I'm sure the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Education work to ensure those schools do not remain long in their state. They classify them as Tier 3 and 4 schools where the productivity is absolute, well, I won't go say it's zero, but we end up not providing any quality education for some very hard-working, humble Jamaicans. That will change and must change under this administration. There are 59 such schools at the secondary level and 134 at the primary level. In fact, one primary school, we did a national survey, all the schools, and unfortunately I found the most unsafe school, like a school in Westmoreland, based on the survey. And the safest school, incidentally, was in the hills of St. Elizabeth, on a constituency border. It was interesting, I thought, because in the school that was considered safe, they knew all of the political leadership. One was from both sides. And this have active PTA, active community activity. The other one, they didn't know anybody at all. So, I urge the members here to provide leadership in the community and be involved in the guidance to the children in a responsible way. The police, in our movement to deliver the peace dividend, will be like the driver of the vehicle, working with case managers, social workers, school principals, and parents to ensure we can take the dividends to those communities which are challenged. And the police will not only be seen as special operations team in the blue uniform, which will continue to be there, because that gives them confidence that they are safe to work with the police or special operations team. Our intelligence teams are there to look for them and find them. We will not allow any hiding place for any criminal activity. At the same time, the school police resource officer and the members of the Community Security Safety Branch know the personnel. They know the bad guys, they know the challenged families, and their job is to ensure we can get the social workers, the and this guidance counselors to meet those families, the single mother who is under pressure, the one with 4 or 5 kids, and get them into the social safety net. Jamaica does not have a wealthy, well-endowed safety net, might say, compared to developed countries. But we have several programs that can assist such people, and we are ensuring that they get to the right people and provide hope for those people in these areas. The work of the police officers is to build trust, deepen cooperation, and ensure that security is felt and not just enforced. Yes. Keeping the peace requires more than enforcement. It requires structure, standard, and consistency. We'll strengthen the public order this year, Madam Speaker, because we have built out a strong e-ticketing information management system. One was there before, called TTMS. Cost government a lot of money. It was never used. We have spent time and built out a proper system, and everybody who get a traffic ticket now know they are met by a police officer with a ruggedized handheld device that gives them a ticket, and you can pay it on the telephone and it goes. It is going a long way in strengthening our ability to manage our public spaces. We're going to expand this, because that's why we call the ticketing information management system. For example, it can be applied to
At Key Insurance, we know life never stands still. You're moving through miles, moments, memories, and you deserve peace of mind every step of the way. That's why we created Key 4M, insurance that moves with you. Whether you're on the road, protecting your home, growing your business, or planning your next trip, Key 4M gives you better rates, flexible payment options, and priority claim support when you need it most. From the miles you travel, to the moments you're building, to the memories you're creating. Make your move with Key 4M today. Visit keyinsuranceJM.com or call 888-CALL-KEY. Key 4M, protecting your miles, moments, memories, and your peace of mind.
Training a modern police force that will be able to restore, not only reduce criminal violence, but indeed restore public order and bring hope and opportunity to our people across the country. That is the legacy of this government, and we make no point taking credit. The zones of special operation, thank you, will become zones of peace and opportunity as we expand our opportunity, because we're not leaving those communities. Even when we take down the checkpoints, we'll ensure that we continue to provide the services to those communities. These zones represent a new phase as we move on to other areas, because we don't necessarily need the same level of intense security in the other areas that are vulnerable. So we'll have now phases where peace is not enforced but sustained. We're opting to replace fear. Enforcement policing now becomes community-based development policing, and where communities are rewarded for maintaining stability. We seek to build peaceful society, but return to a positive Jamaican cultural activity. Our Live Good program will go into the schools, in the communities, and across the country. As the grandmothers used to tell you, we have to live good with each other. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that there's a breath of fresh air across Jamaica. You know, it's ironic, Madam Speaker. We used to be always a laughing stock by the Caribbean. But they'll tell you the last carnival, the Trinidad and found their way to Jamaica. You know why, Madam Speaker? Not because that's a wonderful carnival, but it's just safe to walk on the streets of Jamaica despite of a little hiccup at one party. More people are coming here. We are making our communities safe, and people are recognizing that. They have asked us for help across the Caribbean. I have 30 police officers in the Turks and Caicos, and they have in 1 year reduced homicide by nearly 40% here too. Asking us to them in training. We have been invited to transfer zones to other areas in the Caribbean. Security and is becoming an export product for Jamaica, where we're earning what we have invested. Madam Speaker, it has been a pleasure to work with the team, with the leadership of this Prime Minister, and the men and women of the ministry, and in particular our police force and the leadership of Kevin Blake. Well, we are going to ensure that our achievements not only will not be undermined, but will be sustainable by legislation and investment. Today, we have, as I said, we are investing enough to ensure that, and the training program to guide and develop our young officers. Yes, we have transformed the police force. Yes. a friend of mine said, they look better, Dr. Chan. They operate better. They succeed in reducing things. And one lady said to me, Dr. Chan, you know how long we see a police car parked for the bar? They're out working. Working. We are seeing historically low levels of serious crime. We are removing illegal firearms from our streets. Our arresting rates are rising and more citizens are coming forward to support law enforcement. Yes, we are incapacitating the criminals. We've identified them, we find them, we arrest them, prosecute them. If they fight and we have to shoot, we will succeed. We stop them. But our work is not finished. We must sustain these gains. We must deepen the peace. And we must prepare the next generation to inherit a Jamaica where violence is not the answer, but opportunity is the norm. This is not only about enforcement, Madam Speaker, colleagues. It is about transformation. Yes. It is about building Jamaican families, yes, strengthening communities, and creating pathways for young people to succeed. We will continue this work with focus and determination. Jamaican people have entrusted us on this side with a mandate to lead, to protect, and to deliver and serve them. We will not be deterred or shifted in our objective. Under the leadership of this Honourable Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, we will continue to move the country forward in peace, in good economics, and in prosperity. A Jamaica that is safer, a Jamaica that is stronger, yes, a Jamaica where peace endures, yes, a Jamaica where all Jamaicans and others will want to live, yes, work, raise their families, do business, and rely in peace, and live in peace. May God bless Jamaica. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My brother, Chairman. Yes.
Madam Speaker, let us thank the most successful Minister of National Security in the history of Jamaica. I don't think that is in question, Madam Speaker. I don't think that is in question. Excellent, excellent work. We will now hear from the opposition spokesperson on energy and telecommunications, the member from Kingston East and Port Royal.
Thank you, House Leader. Member of Parliament for Kingston East and Port Royal.
Madam Speaker, Jamaica stands at a defining crossroads. The decisions this Parliament makes on energy and telecommunications will determine whether our people pay less for electricity, whether our entrepreneurs can compete in a digital economy, and whether Jamaica leads or lags the region for the next generation. We on this side, the People's National Party, we come to this debate with a clear and unwavering conviction that the only sustainable path forward for this country is to build with purpose and to build with people. Every proposal I lay before this Parliament today is rooted in that conviction. That is what I have come to address today. I give thanks to the Almighty for the strength and the privilege to serve. Madam Speaker, I pay tribute to the people of the great constituency of East Kingston and Port Royal who have once again elected me for the 7th straight term. And Madam Speaker, counting the number of years I spent in the other place, this year marks 31 years of service to this country. Every one of those years has been in service to the people of Jamaica, and in particular to my people in East Kingston and Port Royal, because they know when I win, they win. I extend special thanks to my councillors, and I have to pause to big up the newly elected Deputy Mayor of the KCC. I want to thank my task force. I want to thank my party leader for his continued faith in me as spokesperson on energy and telecommunications and as leader of opposition business. It's a responsibility I carry with the utmost seriousness. Madam Speaker, I did not come here today to reflect on the past. I came to speak about Jamaica's future. And in a moment, I will lay before this Parliament a set of specific and actionable proposals for energy and telecommunications that, if adopted, will lower costs for Jamaican households, accelerate our digital transformation, and position this nation as a competitive force in the Caribbean economy. I don't think I'll have the time today, so I'm inviting all the listeners and viewers to check my online presentation tomorrow at 5 p.m. Before I proceed, Madam Speaker, a brief word on my role as leader of opposition business. Much of the substantive work this year will center on the review of the standing orders, a process I welcome and to which the opposition is fully committed. We look forward to engaging with the comprehensive CPA document that you have provided, and we're grateful for that document. Our goal is a parliament that is more dynamic, where minority voices carry real weight, and where democratic oversight is genuinely enshrined. And of course, we'll have enough time to address that in the Standing Orders Committee. But, Madam Speaker, there is one matter of parliamentary principle that I must place on the record because it speaks directly to the integrity of this institution and to the quality of our democracy. And I have shared this with you recently when you and I sat next to each other at a committee, and I thought to myself, my speaker should not be a member of this committee. My speaker should always be chairing a committee. But I don't like when the speaker has to get into some of the contentious issues. So the role of the speaker is by constitutional design and long-standing convention, one of strict impartiality. The chair exists above the partisan divide as a guardian of fair process for all members, government and opposition alike. It is therefore a matter of institutional concern, one that I raise out of respect, that we have recently witnessed the Speaker's presence in contentious committee meetings in a manner that has been perceived as lending support to the government's policy. I don't think this is right, Madam Speaker. I think if we're serious about our standing orders reform, and if we're serious about strengthening Jamaican democracy, that we must also be serious about protecting you and the role of impartiality as Speaker. And so I say respectfully, Madam Speaker, you really ought to resist your party's inclination to demean the office. And I would advise in those matters where you're not chairing committees, you really ought not to remain on them. Madam Speaker, I am grateful to our party leader for returning the portfolio of telecommunications to my stewardship. I do not receive it as a ceremonial honor. I receive it as a mandate to complete work that remains unfinished. When I last held this portfolio, this Parliament oversaw one of the most consequential economic transformations in Jamaica's modern history, the full liberalization of telecommunications. That decision opened our airwaves to competition, drove down costs for Jamaican consumers, created thousands of jobs, and attracted foreign investment at a scale this sector had never seen. It was a model that every Caribbean nation subsequently followed, and one that international bodies have cited as a proven standard for developing economies. That legacy belongs not to a single individual, but to a vision of a political administration that was prepared to take bold decisions in the national interest. And I am very proud to be a part of that administration. And I say to this Parliament today, the boldness that built that foundation is precisely what this sector now requires again. Madam Speaker, we should pause to recognize two significant milestones that fall this year. Digicel, the only multinational company to have been founded in Jamaica and subsequently exported its reach and its character to markets across the world, celebrates its 25th anniversary, and we should salute them. We should salute them. We also have to recognize the Universal Service Fund, a cornerstone instrument for extending the connectivity to every corner of this island. Marks 21 years of distinguished operation, and we should salute them as well. These are not mere footnotes. They are proof that when Jamaica gets its telecoms policy right, the results are felt in communities, in businesses, and in the international reputation of this nation. Add to these the Spectrum Management Authority, the e-learning initiative, the e-government, which has now become information and communication, and the other institutions built during the period of reform, and the record speaks with clarity. This party built the architecture of Jamaica's digital infrastructure. We have every right to hold this government to account for what has or has not been done with it. And I did receive a message from the minister with responsibility, Minister, the member from Western Portland, that he's unavoidably absent today. He had to do an emergency visit overseas. I was going to depute the leader of government business to take notes, but he's not here now. So I'm going to depute the member from West Kingston to do so.
I don't think note-taking is important.
Madam Speaker, I say all of that not to dwell in the past, but to provide an honest baseline against which the present must be measured. And when that measurement is made, the conclusion is uncomfortable. The telecom sector in Jamaica has, for the better part of a decade, been advancing at a pace that is simply not commensurate with the demands of the modern digital economy. Policy ambition in this sector has stalled. The last meaningful reform to be delivered was the implementation of number portability. That was in 2016. What was left on the table in 2016 remains on the table today. The issues identified then as urgent priorities have not been resolved. They have simply been deferred, whilst the world has moved on and the gap between Jamaica's regulatory framework and the realities of a rapidly evolving global sector has continued to widen. Madam Speaker, allow me to place on the parliamentary record 5 areas of unfinished business that this shadow ministry intends to address fulsomely. Each of these is a commitment not to process, but to purpose and to people. First, the convergence of technology must be met with a convergence of regulation. The boundaries between telecommunications, broadcasting, and internet services have, in practical terms, ceased to exist. Secondly, Jamaica's transition from 4G LTE to 5G infrastructure cannot be allowed to proceed without a clear national strategy. Fifth-generation connectivity is not simply faster internet. It is the foundational infrastructure upon which the Internet of Things, telemedicine, precision agriculture, smart cities, and the next generation of Jamaican industry will depend. We need a plan, and we need it now. Third, Madam Speaker, the co-location of telecoms infrastructure must be made a regulatory requirement. Competing providers constructing parallel and duplicated physical infrastructure is wasteful, visibly intrusive, and economically inefficient. Fourth, monopolistic control over access to submarine fiber cable capacity must be directly addressed. And fifth, meaningful competition, which we achieved some time ago, must be reintroduced again in those basic service segments where market concentration continues to work against the interests of ordinary Jamaica. So, Madam Speaker, the 5 structural issues I have just outlined are matters of regulatory policy. But I wish to speak to the lived experience of Jamaican consumers, because it is that lived experience which ultimately justifies the urgency of the reforms. The quality of our telecom services in Jamaica is by any objective measure below the standards that consumers are paying for and below the standard. Madam Speaker, I'm tired to be on my phone, losing the calls, seeing appearing on my screen, missed calls, and the phone didn't ring. Madam Speaker, I don't want to beat up too much on the providers, but the service is poor and we need an improvement in the service. And I have to call upon the Office of Utilities Regulation, because they have the obligation to enforce service quality standards with rigor and transparency. This Parliament has an obligation to hold it accountable for doing so. I intend to exercise that obligation fully. Madam Speaker, even as we press for a more resilient telecoms infrastructure, we must register our concern regarding a recent government initiative. On February 2nd, the government announced that it is engaging Trans-America's Fiber System Limited to design, build, and operate a subsea cable branching unit into Jamaica, together with an associated cable land station at a cost of $50 million. Let me remind this House that when we liberalized the telecoms industry in 2000, we achieved competition in relation to fiber access by awarding licenses to 2 companies, one of which, FiberLink, deployed service. At that time, Madam Speaker, I ensured that the government would have adequate access to fiber network by earmarking such provision within the license granted. That facility remains available to the government to this day. Unfortunately, the second company subsequently merged with Cable and Wireless, and we no longer have competition in that segment of the market. Prices are now very high, and we would welcome a return to a fully competitive environment. We would. We are, however, concerned about the role that the government intends to play going forward. Madam Speaker, we again call for full transparency. Nothing has been said publicly since the announcement in January, and this Parliament, I think, deserves an update. First, what is the total cost of the facility and how it will be financed? Second, has a written agreement been concluded with Trans-America's Fiber System Limited, and will it be shared with the Jamaican people? Third, on what basis and by what process will access to the facility be determined? Fourth, what is the defined and bounded role of the government in the operations and governance of this facility? Madam Speaker, we support the addition of greater bandwidth capacity for the country. However, we question the extent of government involvement, particularly given that, as I have noted already, we made adequate provision for the government with the award of the first license. So we await the answers from the government. I also want to say briefly, Madam Speaker, some 4 years ago, the Minister had announced that there was another licensee granted license to get involved in cellular service. We haven't heard anything since that time. We want to see greater competition. We welcome competition. And we want to see that player on board. Madam Speaker, I want to speak briefly about the recent decommissioning of the 2G network. That has been completed, and the eventual decommissioning of the 3G network is a matter of when, not whether. I don't think sufficient plan, sufficient education had taken place as we removed that 2G network. Many of those persons with bangers were shocked that overnight they did not have service. So, and they still can't recover. So, Madam Speaker, a thorough assessment of the industries and industries were affected, applications and public services that remain dependent upon 3G, as we move to 3G, abandonment. That is going to be urgently required so that the transition can be managed in an orderly, planned, and non-disruptive manner. As I proceed, Madam Speaker, because energy is the real high point, I believe, of the presentation, I just want to say one other word about telecoms. The Telecommunications Act. We passed modern legislation then in 2000. It's over 2 decades now. I think it is sufficient time for the government to revisit that law, to modernize the law because, the legislation is in urgent need of a comprehensive review. The nature of emerging technologies and the evolution in the way that established terminologies are applied means that the language of the Act requires updating to reflect current realities. And more fundamentally, the regulatory structure established by the Act must be modernized to take account of the convergence of technologies that I have already described. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to the Universal Service Fund. As I mentioned earlier, the fund celebrates 21 years of service, and I have acknowledged them, but I want to say a special word of thanks to the staff of the Universal Service Fund. And in particular, their deployment, their commitment to deploying the free Wi-Fi facilities across communities, often in challenging circumstances and with certainly with evident enthusiasm. They represent the original mandate of this institution at its best. They have made a genuine and substantial contribution to enabling Jamaicans to access the internet. However, we have not yet achieved the goal of universal broadband connectivity across the island. The mission was to ensure that every single Jamaican in every community has ready access to high-speed broadband connectivity. That mission remains incomplete. And from as early as 2015, the Human Rights Council of the UN had declared that access to the internet is a basic human right. In today's society, the internet is a necessary component of the exercise of the right to freedom of expression, and its use promotes progress for society as a whole. My concern centers on the resources that were provided in this year's budget for the Universal Service Fund. I'm aware that they had asked for $1.4 billion to continue the work that they are doing to ensure that all communities in Jamaica had free Wi-Fi. They only received 400 million of the 1.4 billion asked. And I think that is wrong. And I want to commend to the Ministry of Finance that they look again at the allocation for the USF, because everybody inside here knows that those Wi-Fi facilities that have been established in communities, they cost a lot of money, but many of them don't work after a few weeks because there's no money to maintain them. There's no money to pay the bills. And it really is a shame, because you have these elaborate ceremonies where the communities celebrate the establishment of these free Wi-Fi, and after a short while, the system is down. We have to get the USF greater support, and this is their 21st year. Madam Speaker, again I remind people, tomorrow you'll get a full presentation online. I wish JIS would cover it.
Don't hold your breath.
The importance of energy to the growth of our economy is not a new argument. And I fully am aware that this House has heard it from me before. I make no apology for returning to it, because the problem has not been resolved, and the consequences for the Jamaican people grow more severe with each passing year. Right. The high cost of energy continues to impose a heavy burden upon our country. It bears down on every household struggling to make ends meet, on every commuter trying to get to work, and on every business fighting to remain viable. Until this issue is addressed with decisiveness and a genuine political will, sustainable economic growth will remain out of reach. On the matter of electricity pricing, the Minister would have the country believe that the high price of electricity is attributable solely to the terms of the JPS license. It is necessary, Madam Speaker, to address that claim frontally today. The JPS license came into being in 2001. Over its life, it has been amended by the Jamaica Labour Party government, by the PNP government. Substantial amendments have occurred. Whenever it was necessary that changes were needed in the national interest. It is due to expire in July 2027. There is no legal impediment, Madam Speaker, that should prevent this government from initiating early negotiations and seeking a new license even before that expiry date. The truth, Madam Speaker, is that the failure to act has been a matter of political choice, not legal constraints. And it has sent the entire industry, JPS and all others, in a state of uncertainty that this country cannot afford. That's when I write it. Let me remind this House of the record. Madam Speaker, I remind the House, the price of electricity in 2016, under the very same license, was 26 US cents per kilowatt hour. Today, the price is in excess of 40 US cents per kilowatt hour. That increase has occurred under this government's watch. Madam Speaker, I mentioned before that there were changes to the JPS license in 2016. The amendments of that license that took effect fundamentally restructured Jamaica's energy mix. So we did do fundamental change to the license in 2016. At that time, approximately 95% of electricity was being generated from heavy fuel oil and diesel, with only 5% due to renewables. As a direct result of the changes to that license, Jamaica's energy mix today stands at approximately 60% LNG, 25% heavy fuel oil, and 15% renewables. A complete revolution took place because we dared to change the license in 2016. That restructuring produced a significant reduction in electricity prices. It was deliberate policy, not accident. Let me remind this House and it wasn't easy, because when we first went to JPS to talk about bringing more renewables online, on the grid, they said if you put more than 5%, it's going to lead to instability. We're going to have shutdown and blackouts. And today, we're at 15%. We need to get to 50%. Since that time, not a single new renewable source has been added. In 2013, we brought on 120 megawatts. Nothing has been added since that time. We also, in 2016, brought on net billing, where we allowed persons who were generating their own electricity through solar, doing more than they needed at home, to sell the excess to the grid. That was net billing. We gave 700 licenses during that period. What has happened since 2016? But, Madam Speaker, as I speak about the JPS license, I think it is appropriate because in 2024, when we were hit by Hurricane Beryl, we did criticize the JPSCO harshly for the slow response. I want to put on record our appreciation for the JPSCO's response to Hurricane Melissa. And even though they are not 100% as yet, I think the effort has been valiant. We want the people, though, of Westmoreland to get electricity back as soon as possible. As soon as possible. And St. Elizabeth. But, Madam Speaker, let me go back to the license issue. Because today I intend to show to this Parliament that the Minister need not start any negotiations for a new license. He need not import new advisors to advise him on the terms of a new license. From 2 years ago, we have been providing this Parliament the terms of that new license. Today I'm going to give you the new license that the Minister should import. So firstly, Madam Speaker, this is not new. We were able to do a new license for cable and wireless in 2001. All right? So what are the features? What are the features of this new license? One, the right of first refusal currently enjoyed by JPS for the replacement of its existing generation capacity must be removed. Any new generation license must be procured through the government-owned GPE entity by way of an internationally competitive tender, with awards based on least cost of available renewable technology, supported by the most efficient storage solution. You can't award licenses for renewables without thinking about storage. And the level of efficiency in storage has improved tremendously. Yes, I'm telling you what the new license must be. Two, Madam Speaker, secondly, wheeling must be implemented immediately under the new license. This is a facility that permits a large commercial. You know, the license was written in 2016. These are provisions in that 2016 license. Only if we were there to implement them. Only if we were there to implement them. So wheeling is a facility that permits a large commercial or industrial enterprise to generate electricity at one location and to transport it across the national grid to its other locations, subject to a reasonable transmission fee. Time comes for that to be implemented. Madam Speaker, we have said so repeatedly that owners and tenants of special economic zone facilities must be permitted to generate their own electricity and to distribute it within the zone. This will reduce operational costs, improve competitiveness, and attract investment. And the member from Western St. Andrew has been pleading that case. Both homeowners and businesses must be enabled to sell surplus electricity generated from rooftop solar installations to the national grid. The pricing structure for electricity sold through net metering licenses must be genuinely incentivized through an appropriate feed-in tariff mechanism. The distribution of electricity must be liberalized to accommodate microgrids. Microgrid licenses are to be awarded on a competitive basis with a specific mandate to provide service to unserved and underserved communities. Access. Access. Every community must be served, even where a subsidy is required to make that provision economically viable. This is what it means to build with purpose and to build with people. And very importantly, Madam Speaker, because this constitutes 20% of the cost of electricity that all of us pay, there must be a clear and enforceable mandate for the reduction and elimination of illegal connections and unmetered electricity usage. The government must accept a substantially greater responsibility for addressing this practice that has before now been the case. Penalties for such occurrences in wealthy communities, because many people believe that theft only occurs in poor communities. I think we need to increase the penalties where people steal electricity in these wealthy communities and provide a mechanism for the poorer communities to get attached to the grid. Lawfully. The function of dispatch, which is that body that determines which generation you put on the grid, which is now done by the JPS, must be changed to a fully transparent system set up by the Office of Utilities Regulation. The separation of JPS accounts and operational functions, which again were mandated before, they must be implemented without further delay. Generation, transmission, and distribution must be clearly and accountably separated. And we have one of the most opaque billing systems in the world. We need to open that to greater transparency. All charges must be disaggregated, including generation, transmission, distribution, and all categories of system losses. We need to make the consumer more enabled to see exactly what the usages are. Then, Madam Speaker, we have a whole raft of consumer protection standards, which must be comprehensively updated. Among them is the need to ensure that there are penalties that are associated for breaches of these standards. There are so many times when, because of fluctuation in voltages, your equipment at home, your appliances get damages. And when you turn to the JPS for compensation, they say, did you read the fine print of your contract? We have to change that to give consumer better protection. We have to also, Madam Speaker, move to the completion of the transition to LED street lighting. It must be mandated that the provision of the 2016 provisions must be enforced without further delay. We have quite a few recommendations for the new license. And you'll watch my thing tomorrow. Very well. Because I have to say something about Petrojam, and finally, in the additional 10 minutes that I have, to say something about oil and gas exploration, because the minister has been talking of a storm about oil and gas exploration, not giving credit, and also not being forceful in trying to find oil and gas. So, Madam Speaker, Petrojam has been asked to carry water in a basket. In its current condition, the company will continue to record substantial losses year over year. This year, it was revealed in the Standing Finance Committee.
Paulwell, I note you only have 1 minute left. You know you are not the opener of the debate. So,
he said both.
He said both.
No, he didn't. And it is not both. The opener of the debate is the minister who opens the debate. Anyways, Ms. Brandon, could you please give him
the discussion? We all heard it, except the speaker.
Welcome back.
He's an honorable man.
No, so, but, Madam Speaker, I did in my reference would suggest that both persons who speak today would get the 10 minutes. But I do take your point that there is only one opener and closer of the debate. With that said, because though we had started the discussion with the leader of opposition business, we only finalized after I spoke to you today. I would ask only on this occasion, in his position as just getting the time frame.
House Leader, the member spent time during his debate to argue about following the standing orders. And as the leader of opposition business, he is very clear that the opener and closer of the debate is the minister. From the government side who is assigned the duty of opening the debate. I am very clear as to who the opener of the debate is. And in respect of my request, and you may pull Hansard, I ask for time to be given to the opener and closer of the debate, separate and apart from 5 minutes being granted to the opposition spokesperson. I was very clear on what I asked for in the motion. Thank you very much, House Leader. The member has 1 minute to conclude.
No. Madam Speaker, I rise to protest that ruling very strongly. This Parliament though you are the chair, the arena is right here. And if the leader of government business and opposition business agree on a certain process, that is how it should go. You should not join the arena, Madam Speaker. I still am hoping that my colleague, who and I entered into this agreement,
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, in the spirit of the start of the debates and based on...
And House Leader, I would also want you to incorporate, based on the discussion, for exactly what was agreed by the Speaker.
Yeah, so, Madam Speaker, as I indicated, when we had discussed the matter prior to which you rightfully indicated as according to Hansard, the discussion was in relation to the opener and closer of the debate. However, in my discussions with Member Paulwell, because we had not signed off on the time frame until we got to the House and seen that he would have prepared prior to, I thought it was only fitting to communicate that he would get some additional time. So I do understand the confusion. What I say is, in the circumstances, we allow the member an additional 5 minutes, along with the 5 minutes that he got to complete his presentation.
Ms. Brandon, please add 5 minutes to the time on the clock. Leader of Opposition Business, you have 6 minutes to complete.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to colleagues, and I remind you to watch the live tomorrow. where I can get the full chapter and verse. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that the government has given Petrojam basket to carry water. And I want to say to the Minister, as he revealed recently that there is this price cap on the pricing mechanism at Petrojam, that we have to be very careful, because Petrojam has lost $4 million in the year 2020, $4 billion in the year ending 2025, another $4 billion in the year ending March 2026, and they're likely to lose a lot more. And rather than tampering with the pricing mechanism, I think you can provide consumers with some benefits, because the government is making a windfall in the taxes now being generated by fuels. So I want to say that, and I want to remind the government, there is something called a hedge tax, that was established to provide money to buy insurance and also to do the reforms that are necessary to transition from the heavy usage of heavy fuel oil and diesel. Nothing has happened since 2016. But, Madam Speaker, I'm going to go to the oil and gas section, because I think Jamaicans are very confused about the situation as it obtains to the search for oil. My conviction regarding the hydrocarbon potential of Jamaica's territorial waters was formed in a single defining meeting when I sat with the late Dr. Raymond Wright and spent several hours reviewing 3 decades of PCJ's data. I became firmly convinced that Jamaica sits atop a significant hydrocarbon system. It is true that wells had previously been drilled without yielding commercial quantities, but in 10 of those wells, we had oil shows. And what we mean by that is that we did find oil, but not in commercial quantities. So there's no question that the data points to oil being around in Jamaica, that there's evidence to suggest that there is oil. With the advances in deep-sea exploration technology that have occurred in recent decades, I believe then and believe now that the search must continue. However, the government of Jamaica at the time could not fund the work that was necessary, especially because we were constrained by the IMF agreement. I therefore did at the time what was responsible. I took Jamaica's geological data, our technical case, and our ambition on a roadshow from Dallas to Dublin, seeking credible international partners. After all that effort, a single serious player emerged, Tullow Oil, which has since become United Oil and Gas. So that effort, you have heard about United Oil and Gas, that license was signed by me. My time. A 5-year agreement was signed in 2015. The commitment was explicit. The completion of 3D seismic data collection, followed by drilling no later than 2020. That's in the agreement that they were supposed to have drilled for oil by 2020. And even as we signed the agreement, then we were busy negotiating with another significant player, Repsol. All of that fell through after 2016. So I'm very disappointed, Madam Speaker. In place of results, this country has been subject to periodic titivating and tantalizing revelations by press releases and conferences, all geared to excite and to PR a project that should have reached much further now. We could remain in this holding position for many years. And all I want to say, Madam Speaker, we need to get on with it. There is enough credible data that has been generated. When you look at the structures on the sea, they point to a major hydrocarbon system. But it is known that in places you lose your oil. it drifts, it leaks out. And the longer we wait is the worse it will be. I have 30 seconds. So, Madam Speaker, everything I've placed before this Parliament today, from the modernization of our telecommunications framework, the restriction from the revival of Petrojam. We do not build for meaningless statistics or for press releases. We build for the Jamaican people. We build with purpose, and we build with people. That is the commitment of this opposition, and it is the commitment we will bring to government. God bless Jamaica.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we thank the opposition. We thank the opposition spokesperson on energy and telecommunications for his spirited presentation, and I leave it at that. Madam Speaker, today, Madam Speaker, I will now suspend our sectorial debates until next week, at which point we are scheduled to hear from the Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, and also from opposition spokespersons on Northwest St. Catherine, on education. Opposition spokesperson on education next week. Madam Speaker, today we will resume the debate on the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act 2026. We ask members who have not yet spoken, this is now their opportunity to contribute to that debate.
First is the Leader of the Opposition. The member will commence. Turn your mic on, and orderlies, can you take the podium?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution in the debate on the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026 that was tabled by the Prime Minister. The original bill was tabled during his budget debate presentation that was withdrawn last week, Tuesday. A new bill was tabled, and he opened the debate last week, Tuesday, on the new bill. Madam Speaker, the opposition recognizes the need for special efforts to contribute to the reconstruction of Jamaica, especially after the terrible damage inflicted on our country by Hurricane Melissa. We are painfully aware that Jamaicans continue to suffer from inadequate shelter, damaged housing. Small businesses and other businesses have had similar losses to their businesses and their working capital, their stock. And we are distressed that more has not been done to bring some kind of help and support to those who need it. We are aware that the roofs program has been ruled out, funded out of the budget of 25-26, the $10 billion allocation. However, it is inadequate both in its scope, because it does not reach and will not reach many who need that help, and in its depth, because those who do get help will get inadequate support from the limits that apply to it, and also the deficiencies in the administrative arrangements, which have made it very challenging for persons who have sought to access the benefits. But NARA is not about providing solutions to the present needs of those people who are suffering. NARA is really a revamped attempt to inject higher levels of growth into the economy of Jamaica. That is primarily what it is about. If you actually look at the bill, other than the preamble, which does not become a permanent part of the legislation, there is no reference in the bill to Melissa or to any hurricane. And if you look at its provisions, it is really about the government trying to find a way of achieving meaningful rates of economic growth after a decade of failure to do so. Jamaica has been categorized by low levels, very low levels of real economic growth over the past decade. And despite promises like 5 in 4, which were spectacular failures, where 5% real GDP growth was to have been achieved after 4 years, nothing like that was achieved. We've had periods of negative economic growth because of shocks to the economy and so on, but there's been no structural shift in the design of our economy that would enable our economy to deliver high levels of growth. We're also mindful of the role that the bureaucracy plays in delaying projects and the frustrations that come with that. And NARA is an attempt to address that issue in a particular way. So I understand the underlying philosophy that has given rise to NARA and the desire to provide a legislative solution to the lethargic rates of economic growth that have been bedeviling Jamaica's economic development, and also the bureaucratic entanglements that the government has found it difficult to find ways to navigate through efficiently. However, given the role that NARA will play as the major construct for the allocation of substantial resources to public projects, and also as an adjunct to that, its role in facilitating private sector investments as well, especially given how broadly that is now being framed, because originally the projects that we had anticipated being included in these arrangements were projects of 150 million US and up. And when the bill came last week, the Prime Minister had changed his tune on that and reduced that by to a tenth of the original figure, to 15 million US, which means that a vast array of projects are going to be potentially eligible for inclusion under the NARA regime. And this means that the governance arrangements are absolutely critical going forward for the people of Jamaica and for investors and for our international partners to have confidence in this new construct called NARA. The governance arrangements, the transparency of its operations, the accountability of the persons who are reposed with responsibility for executing its functions, all of these are vital. And this is where the bill falls well and seriously short of what is required. The fact of the matter is that NARA is a statutory body without a statutory board. It is an aberration. insofar as it is creating a legal entity with the powers that a legal entity have without the governance arrangements that are normal and necessary to ensure proper governance of the body itself. And I will speak to that in greater detail as I go through the bill. Madam Speaker, I propose to approach this today really as an almost clause-by-clause analysis, because I think that is the easiest way for me to get through the points that I want to raise. I notice in the definition clause, which is clause 2, the definition of public body excludes executive agencies, which means that the provisions in NARA that relate to approving entities and the powers that would apply under NARA in relation to approving entities will not apply to bodies such as NEPA or PICA, the National Land Agency, National Works Agency. I'm not sure why that decision was made, because those bodies, and there are many others, are significant, but that is the effect of the way in which approving entity has been defined and public body has been defined when you look at those two definitions in tandem. The list of things that an approving entity is responsible for, which is in the definition there, said it includes functions relating to a number of things: physical planning, roads, highways, etc. I raise the question because the word including is used before the list of functions is set out. I wanted to know whether this would include other things that are not in this list, such as permits and licenses that may be needed by the designated strategic investment projects, which are the private sector projects, such as licenses to operate a casino or gaming facility, hotel or resort licenses, wharfage licenses, sufferance wharf licenses to establish private ports, petroleum facilities or energy facilities, and so on. These things, I'm not sure whether or not it's intended that the definition of approving entity would extend to those types of regulated functions, because the language used in the definition says that the list that's provided there is not a exhaustive list. It is just a list of things that happen to be included. And I think that's very important and needs to be clarified. In the definition of goods in Section 2, Clause 2 of the bill, it speaks to goods means things of every kind and description, whether tangible or intangible. That's a very peculiar definition, Madam Speaker. Intangibles are the antithesis of goods. And to say that goods extends to intangibles is very peculiar, and I think that needs to be reconsidered. I note that in Section 4, there are lots of references to projects. And again, because the bill isn't consistent in its language, it isn't clear to me whether the projects referred to in Section 4, which are the projects that the authority is responsible for dealing with, are limited to approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which are so defined in Section 17, or can NARA pursue other projects that are not on the Cabinet's official list of projects? I think if there was a consistency in the language, it would be clear whether NARA is limited to these approved projects that are on the Section 17 Cabinet list, Cabinet-approved list, and the private sector projects which are designated under another provision, or whether other projects may also be pursued by NARA. I think that needs to be made clear. Madam Speaker, in the subsection 2 of Clause 2, there is a provision that allows the Minister by order to alter a definition of works. And that order is not subject to affirmative resolution. I think it is wrong that a minister can effectively alter a statute passed by Parliament through the House and the Senate without coming back to Parliament for approval of that amendment. And I think subsection 2 of clause 2 ought to be subject to affirmative resolution. Madam Speaker, when you look at clause 3 of the bill, which is the one that establishes it as a statutory body to which Section 28 of the Interpretation Act applies, it's not an executive agency, it's a statutory body. It can sue and be sued in its own name, it can own property and so on. That's what the Interpretation Act allows. There are no objects or purposes stated in the law, in this bill, in relation to what NARA is about. And if you look at Section 25, 1B, 2 of the Act, it says that the Cabinet may designate a project as a strategic investment project if the project contributes to the achievement of the purposes of this Act. But there's nowhere in the Act which clearly sets out what the purposes of the Act are. And I think there should be. If you look in the Memorandum on Objects of Objects and Reasons, which was not strictly speaking part of the legislation, but is there to guide parliamentarians and others as to what is intended. There are set out in A, B, C, and D of the Memorandum on Objects and Reasons some basic purposes for which this legislation is being passed. And I think that those ought to be incorporated without this specific references to a particular disaster, but those ought to be incorporated in the bill, perhaps in Section 3, so that Section 3 would not only just establish the authority, but would also set out the purposes and objects for which it is being established. I think that is a major omission from the bill. There's a reference in 3.2 to the schedule, which they say shall have effect as the constitution and procedure of the authority. And when you look at it, that's quite a normal way of our legislation dealing with statutory bodies. The schedule was set out, basically what would be the equivalent of the articles of a company as to how it should function procedurally. But all that is addressed in the schedule to this bill relates to the CEO of the authority, nothing else. So it really doesn't, the schedule does not have effect as to the constitution and procedure of the authority. It really only governs the CEO. And that is extraordinary. There's no provision, as I've said, for any board of the authority, for any audit committee, for an internal auditor, for any risk management functions, anything of that nature. And this is an entity that is going to be responsible for administering and managing the expenditure of billions and billions of US dollars worth, if we're to understand, both from the public sector side, but also to facilitate private sector investors as well through speeded up, expedited procedures. This cannot be right. And when I spoke last week, I said this bill ought to go to a joint select committee. And it should. Even if you require that joint select committee to complete its deliberations within a finite period of time, perhaps a month because of the urgency of this, it needs to have the benefit of interventions and contributions from stakeholders, from the wider society that have a strong interest in this. Madam Speaker, I noticed in Clause 4, which sets out functions of the authority, it doesn't make any reference to designated strategic investment projects. Now, that's strange because the authority does have a role to play in relation to designated strategic investment projects, which are the private sector projects. But in the functions of the authority set out in Clause 4, there is no reference to them. And that is odd. And there are numerous references, as I said earlier, to the word projects. But there's no definition of the word projects in the bill. There are references later on to these approved reconstruction resilience projects, and there's references to designated strategic investment projects, but they're in Clause 4, they're just references to projects, and you don't know what the scope of that is, and it's not clear what is intended. Madam Speaker, I know that there's no provision providing for any exemption for duties and GCT on materials imported by NARA for these projects. I don't normally, one would expect to see something of that nature in a body that's being established as a public body to undertake works of this nature. There's no provision for that. It isn't even clear to me whether NARA is intended to implement projects as such. In the previous version of the bill, the first version, it specifically stated that, where am I? It specifically stated that NARA would implement projects. But in the bill that's before us now, it isn't that clear. It talks about that they shall procure goods, works, and services for the implementation of projects, programs, and plans, but it doesn't specifically say that NARA is the implementation agency for these projects and on the public sector side. And I think that needs to be added. We also need provisions that speak to, in the functions, speak to prudence, efficiency, and transparency in expending public resources. That should be there. There should be reference to those things. Value for money in procurement. That should be mentioned. Risk management functions. That should be mentioned. Fairness in the procurement and hiring practices. That's a particular matter of concern to the opposition. We would like to see a principle embodied in the legislation of non-discrimination for political affiliation or other characteristics like religion, ethnicity, and so on. That is missing as well. There needs to be in this because of the level of resources that will be expended by this. Subsection 3 of Section 4 says that for the purpose of performing its functions under the Act, the authority may, subject to any regulations that may be made, do anything and enter into any transaction which, in the opinion of the authority, is necessary to ensure the performance of its functions. Anything. And that effectively means that the CEO can unilaterally decide the scope and boundaries of its activities, because the CEO is the only required employee. There will be other employees, but the CEO is the only person who has real authority under this legislation within the construct of NARA itself. And it says that he, or she, can do anything and enter into any transaction which, in the opinion of the authority, which means his or her opinion, is necessary to ensure the performance. Madam Speaker, I turn to Clause 5, which deals with the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer. The law is not clear as to who the Chief Executive Officer reports to. There is a reporting section where the minister can require reports, but that's a different thing from a management perspective and a governance perspective. Who does the CEO report to? It's not clear. How is the CEO's deliverables decided? What are the key performance indicators applicable to the authority and to the CEO's functions? Nothing at all on this. It says that in Section 10 that NARA reports to the Prime Minister, but there's nothing about the CEO's reporting responsibility. And that is a big issue. Madam Speaker, Clause 6 of the bill says that the authority and the Chief Executive Officer, the CEO, can, with the minister's approval, delegate to any person the performance of such of their functions other than the power of delegation, as they may from time to time consider necessary. Now, this power of delegation is significant because any functions can be delegated. The question is, what transparency will arise in relation to delegated functions? Important functions could end up being delegated to third parties on terms which are not disclosed, as costs that we are not aware of. There should be a report on all delegated functions by the CEO, and that report should be sent to Parliament on a timely basis. Transparency demands that. Clause 7 talks about the minister's ability to appoint committees to examine and report to the minister on any matter arising out of or connected with the authority's powers and duties. But there is no provision in the bill in relation to this committee that the Prime Minister spoke to, called JAMROC, which he says is the equivalent of EPOC. Now, EPOC had no responsibilities for oversight of any operating entity that is expending zillions of dollars. That is what NARA is going to be doing. A large number. A large number. EPOC's responsibility was to get data from the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Jamaica on Jamaica's economic performance and report to the public on how Jamaica was faring in complying with its commitments under the IMF agreement. So it was a reporting function based on data that was made available to it as to whether Jamaica was on track. This is a totally different function. There's no comparison. This is like a massive conglomerate being operated by a single officer, a CEO, with no board and no proper oversight. It's wrong. This bill ought to establish a board along the lines that JAMROC is intended to follow, and that board should be the board to which the CEO reports. And there should be proper governance provisions in the schedule as to how that board operates and clear lines of oversight and accountability. JAMROC has no legal powers and is not a legal construct. It cannot effectively provide oversight or ensure accountability within NARA. It has no legal authority and it doesn't exist in law. And to suggest otherwise is very misleading to the public. I turn to Clause 8 of the bill, and it deals with the funding of the authority. And it says, the funds of the authority shall consist of such monies as may from time to time be placed at its disposition for the purpose of this Act by Parliament. I assume, and I'd like it to be clarified, that what that is saying then is that NARA's resources from public resources would have to come through an appropriation act. It would have to be included in the budget of the country or in a supplementary budget. And I was wondering about the various disaster risk financing arrangements that the government has put in place. There are two statutory funds. There's a disaster fund and a national disaster fund. There are the insurance arrangements with CRIF. There are the catastrophe bonds which have been entered into and so on. And I was wondering what is the mechanism by which those resources would be made available to NARA? Is it intended to be automatic that they are the ones who expend those resources, or will it be on an ad hoc basis? I think it would be useful to have a clearer understanding of that. I turn to Clause 10, and it says that the authority shall furnish the minister with such reports, returns, accounts, and other information as the minister may require. Now, supposing the minister doesn't require any reporting, or doesn't require any formal reporting, written reports, this cannot be the reporting obligation to put it on this discretionary basis. The CEO should be required to prepare semi-annual reports, which the minister should table in Parliament, and the CEO should be required by law to attend Parliament twice a year, like the Bank of Jamaica's governor is now, under the Bank of Jamaica Act, to answer questions in relation to those reports. That's what transparency demands. The Clause 11, which deals with reporting, speaks to annual and other reports shall be prepared by the authority. And it says a copy of the annual reports and audited financial statements should be submitted within 4 months of the financial year to the minister, and then the minister shall, within a reasonable time. Why a reasonable time? Why not a specific time? Why not within 45 days or 30 days? Cause those to be tabled in Parliament. There should be, as I've said, semi-annual interim reports to update the nation on the progress through Parliament of the challenges being faced, how those challenges are being addressed. There's a complete absence of proper oversight for this body. Clause 12 speaks to the need to submit to the approval of the minister by the September 30th of each year a corporate plan, an operating plan, and its estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year. I assume it means the next financial year. I was wondering whether this is subject to the Ministry of Finance's role in finalizing budgets, in the normal way that there's a budget call and the statutory bodies, ministries, etc., well, central government bodies submit their proposals for funding, and then the Ministry of Finance essentially scours all of that and the resources that are available and decides what is actually affordable. Is that process going to apply to NARA or not? It's not clear to me from the wording of Clause 12 whether that will happen. I move to Clause 13 of the bill, and it says the minister may give directions to the authority. We are accustomed to seeing laws which say that the minister can give directions as to general policy to a public body within the minister's portfolio. This is not like that. These are operating directions. The directions under subsection 1 shall be such as the minister appears desirable in the interest of effective performance by the authority of its functions, and to ensure, well, I'm not sure if it's and or because that's not stated, to ensure that approved reconstruction and resilience projects and designated strategic investment projects are implemented in accordance with the terms of Cabinet's approval and the public interest. So the minister has a direct, intrusive role in the operation of NARA. And, you know, there's nothing to require directions to be in writing, to be gazetted, so that the public is aware of them. Again, all of these directions that the minister is giving in this body, this critical body, there should be transparency around those directions. There should be a report on all semi-annually to Parliament on what directions have been given by the minister to this body, so that the public knows what is going on. Yeah, I need some more.
Time has expired. Next speaker. You don't get extension. You don't get extension. I don't know. We'll allow the Leader of the Opposition 10 minutes, and members, for the other members, you will have to operate within the designated time period. Also, the process of turning on your mics before your knowledge means you will have to turn them off so that we can allow the Leader of Opposition the additional time. And I'm not sure who would have been in the lineup. Opposition Leader?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Leader, hold on. Let me ask House Leader to just move the motion to allow the extra time.
Turn off.
Madam Speaker, we ask that the Leader of the Opposition be given an additional 10 minutes to complete his presentation.
Members, the question is that the Leader of the Opposition in the debate be allowed an additional 10 minutes. Opposition Leader, 10 to 15 minutes at most. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I don't think we should be parsimonious in allocating time to the Leader of the Opposition in his presentation on this bill in particular.
Leader of Opposition,
anyway,
with all due respect, all of us are required to follow the rules, including you.
No, there's a discretion in these matters.
And you got a discretion.
Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, it also says that directions under subsection 1 may require the authority to take or refrain from taking certain actions, or to refrain from adopting or pursuing a particular course of action. The minister is in a position to directly interfere in how this statutory body is performing its functions. The CEO is there, but the minister is the one who can really direct how it works. And that is not how we normally... And these directions are not required to be in any way disclosed. They're not even required to be in writing. But there should be proper transparency and disclosure around these directions by the minister. Madam Speaker, I was going to say some things in relation to Clause 14, which deals with secrecy. I'm going to not use my time for that because I'm aware that one of my colleagues intends to speak on that issue. And also the provisions on indemnification. I would only say that the way this is the wording of the Clause 15 on indemnification is that if the CEO or any other employee is charged for a criminal offense, even if that person is convicted, they can be indemnified if it's deemed that they acted honestly and in good faith, and that taxpayers have to pay the legal fees of that convicted criminal. That is bizarre, to say the least. But it's bizarre, to say the least. Madam Speaker, Clause 17 talks about approved projects, and it says that the authority shall develop programs and detailed plans, including project scope, delivery arrangements, and timelines. But why does that not make reference to budgets, project budgets, to funding arrangements, and to the contractors and professionals that are to be engaged in these projects? Why are those things not included in the programs and detailed plans? That doesn't make sense to me. And it isn't clear as well exactly what NARA's role is in relation to the designated strategic investment projects, which are not referenced here at all. One thing that I noticed is that Clause 18 says that programs for reconstruction and resilience shall be developed by the authority, shall state the goods, works, and services necessary, and then it goes on to say, identify all relevant persons involved in and their respective roles in the delivery of the program. And that all has to be submitted to Cabinet. And I'm just saying that disclosure of all relevant persons, from our point of view, it sounds like it's a mechanism for ensuring that persons who are affiliated or perceived as not being on the side of the government can be weeded out of any of these projects. And, you know, to my mind, it is just a carte blanche for political victimization. And that is why it's important that the functions clause has those principles of non-victimization embodied in it. Clause 19 deals with plans, but it speaks to that the authority must update plans periodically, and after any material change in a plan, there is the authority shall review and update plans periodically, and after any material change of which the authority has noticed and that is likely to adversely affect or delay the implementation of the plan, that is dealt with there. But my question in relation to that is, material changes in these approved plans should be promptly reported to the minister and should be brought to the attention of the cabinet. Because if there's an adverse effect in a major project that is cost-related, it is vital that that information be shared promptly and should not be within the bosom of the authority when at the end of the day it's going to become something that the public purse will have to address. So I think that there should be something that deals with these material changes and the need to report them on a prompt basis through the minister to the cabinet. Madam Speaker, since I have limited time and I have a lot more I'd like to say, but I'm not going to be permitted to do so, I just want to make a point here. There's a provision for directives that the MARA can give directives to these approving entities, which are local authorities and other bodies that deal with project approvals. And these directives are under a regime here. There's no transparency in relation to directives that are given. The directives don't have to be gazetted according to this. There's no report to Parliament on directives that have been given. So what you have is NARA effectively second-guessing the agencies of the state or the bodies that are normally responsible for the approval process, imposing their own views on what the approval should or shouldn't say, and there's no transparency around that. And that should be, to my mind, and I would like to see provisions that require these directives to be made public through the Parliament. There should be a reporting mechanism on them. And I think the absence of that is a dangerous thing to build into a law of this nature. And then, of course, there are the step-in arrangements where if the authority issues a directive and the approving entity, the local authority or other regulatory body doesn't comply, then the minister can effectively step in under Clause 24. And the minister may, by order, approve an application made subject to any terms and conditions, vary, modify, or remove a term, condition, or qualification to which an approval was made subject, and so on. Again, we need transparency with respect to step-in orders. They should be made public, they should be posted on the NARA website, they should be included in semi-annual reports to Parliament, because effectively what this is saying is that the minister can override what all the entities that the law has established to perform certain functions or may have decided are the conditions of approval of a particular project or the decision whether to approve or refuse. There ought to be transparency in the legislation in relation to these step-in requirements. This is a very extraordinary regime. It's an extraordinary regime. There's no existing regime like it. And so, and therefore, there ought to be proper transparency in relation to it. I move to Part 4 of the bill. Madam Speaker, I only have a minute left. Part 4 has this provision where this bill is brought to an end. We don't know when the minister responsible for this legislation will decide that the date of dissolution should arise. But when that decision is made, the authority is automatically dissolved. And when the conception of this as something that relates only to Hurricane Melissa reconstruction, when that was clearly the purpose of this, I could understand why they would have that in there. But given that this has morphed now into a regime for facilitating the expedition of private sector projects, I'm not quite sure why we still have this automatic dissolution arrangement in it. It doesn't really seem to make sense to me. I'd like to hear why they consider that to be appropriate. And there also, I noticed where it says, on the day of dissolution, all monies which became payable to the authority shall be paid into the consolidated fund. But if you have pending or incomplete projects and all those resources now go into the consolidated fund, it could significantly delay the execution of those incomplete projects. I think there needs to be some thought put into that. And my last comments are in relation to in the schedule, Madam Speaker, there's no annual performance reviews provision for the CEO. There's no provision in terms of revocation of appointments. There's nothing to do with failure to achieve contracted deliverables or to satisfy key performance indicators. It is not the normal thing you would expect in a contract of employment with a senior executive. The provisions are more what you'd accustomed to see in relation to an officer who's holding a public office rather than somebody running an organization as a CEO. And I think that is a peculiar thing. And the last point, Madam Speaker, is just to say these provisions which allow the CEO to sign authorizations under the seal of the authority on his own and to sign contracts and other documents on his own with no oversight. Dangerous. This, from a governance perspective, this legislation is an aberration. It needs to be.
Leader of Opposition, your mic is off. Leader of Opposition, your mic is off. Give me the time. Now, members. No, it is not. I actually gave extra time, and it is in deference to the Leader of Opposition. Members, I'm asking you, please be reminded on the Speaker's ruling in respect of order of speaking and use of the mic. I gave the extra time. The member from St. Catherine Northwest.
Mr. Speaker, I find it unfortunate that such overreach is causing for this debate to deteriorate into almost a cross-quarrel. I also want to remind the House of a statement made by the member from East Portland consistently, that context matters. And a bill of this importance, I can't see why we're so hard and fast on time and the time of the Leader of the Opposition in particular. Now, the multiplicity of causes had caused for the Prime Minister himself to need for adequate coverage 2 hours. None of us here are expecting 2 hours ourselves. But the side, you're the open, you open. And yeah, okay, so 1.5 hour minus interruption. But the importance of this bill, as has been highlighted by the Prime Minister, I don't think that it is reasonable for us to have been all intervention. In fact, there was an invitation from the Prime Minister for serious intervention upon this bill. And so I find that, and I will begin in short order, but there's a problem with Parliament if the Speaker dominates the Parliament. And that is what we are having. The Speaker gets more time than the speakers. But let us start. Madam Speaker, the conversation of this bill, the conversation on the bill should rightfully start with the objectives of the bill. The objectives I've stated within the bill are as follows: for the efficient, coordinated and transparent management of extraordinary time-bound reconstruction and resilience efforts, to focus on building back better, to withstand future climatic and geophysical events. Additionally, it speaks to B, to create a more robust climate-resilient infrastructure, encouraging better land use and planning. C, to expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors that address the structural economic vulnerabilities exposed by Hurricane Melissa, and to enable growth and diversification in Jamaica's economic base. Before we go outside, make us first recognize that, Mr. Prime Minister, I want you to listen in particular, because I was a little bit surprised that within what the mandate was stated, that to enable growth and diversification of Jamaican economic base was found to be necessary in this particular bill under the NARA. However, the realities of Melissa are strong enough to support the bill. And because it is strong enough to support this bill, it is why I felt that it was unnecessary for exaggerations in some of our claims and conversations. Some of those exaggerations would include what is often repeated, that this was 4 times what was Hurricane Gilbert. And if we do not consider the reality of inflation and just the simple numbers, maybe we can come to that conclusion. However, the IDB indicated, and I quote, compared to the last major hurricane to strike Jamaica, Hurricane Gilbert in 1988, Hurricane Melissa was significantly more intense. Yet, while Gilbert, a Category 3 storm, caused damage estimated at 65% of GDP, Hurricane Melissa is estimated to have caused 12.2 billion, or 56.7% of GDP. So, without the grandstanding, Melissa is sufficient to stand on its own. And therefore, I became cautious when I read within the bill 4 times that of Hurricane Gilbert. Not very necessary. So what we have to go therefore is, what are the malice that we're seeking to solve? And your speech captured a few of the malice that we are seeking to solve. The mischief that we are seeking to solve. One of those mischief that was identified would have been that of speed. And one of those mischief that we were seeking to identify, yes, would have been that of speed. That there was quite a few realities of institutions that were too segmented, weren't working together, and that they did not qualify for the spectrum of work that was needed and the money that was needed to be spent. However, as has been highlighted by the minister, the leader of opposition, was that some of the chief entities of bottleneck would not have been included under this bill. So when you look at the reality that it indicates that it does not include agencies like the NEPAs and the customs and the NAA, those are some of the major contributors of bottleneck. And so, therefore, how is it then that this bill would not have included those? While at the same time, had they been included, there would have been cause for caution as well. Because how could this entity be seeking to direct, for example, a NEPA in how NEPA should function and how it should go about its business? Indeed, Mr. Prime Minister, when we look at some of the clauses, it is reason for concern. Clause 4, for example, indicate that they can consolidate and prioritize projects. Now, I don't think that that would be the mandate of NARA. I believe Cabinet should rightfully prioritize projects. That the current bill, as is stated, the Cabinet held which projects, but the prioritization is in the arms of NARA. I believe that that is misplaced prioritization, because the general conversation among all the ministers and people who have to face the people in 5 years, I believe that that should have been the authority of the Cabinet more so than for prioritization, as in Section 4A, should have been for NARA to execute. Additionally, sorry? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll come. I will come to that. Additionally, it indicated Section 4F that it should cause projects, programs, and plans to include standard specification requirement for achievement of climate standards, disaster resilience by works to eliminate and mitigate the adverse effects of catastrophic climate and geophysical events. Again, I believe that while they are the implementing agencies, the standards should not be set by the people who are the ones to implement. The standards should be set for them to go forward and implement those particular standards. Now, when we look at the bill indicates that there should be a central coordinating agency, and this central coordinating agency would be NARA. And some examples were given of other similar types of agencies across the world. Now, when you look, for example, at those agencies, the intent of the bill was not found in many of those agencies. For example, there are documentaries made about how poor FEMA handled the realities that was out in Katrina. There are documentaries made about that. In your own presentation, you indicated that Peru gave up on their NARA and actually implemented a second system that had a British... Yes, and right, and they gave up on their NARA. Boy, when me and the Prime Minister talk, I don't want you to get in there. They had a NARA system. The Prime Minister in his presentation indicated that politics intervened, and by extension they had to wheel and come again. And then they had a second run, a bite at the cherry, and that bite of the cherry included partnership with Britain. And in that partnership with Britain, they were able to become more effective. And even though they maintained the central authority failed without the British intervention, where that partnership came between them and Britain. But we can have that debate because we don't want to finish our time. However, when it came to the bottleneck, there were some concerns within the central agency and the authority to the central agency. One of it is that they can direct and instruct and give timelines to the agencies. Now, Minister, I have some concerns about that. While it is that the large entities may qualify with the 15 million US, if it's now or 150 million US, 15 now, right? If it is that that NARA, when you are disrespected, you are upset. yet you upset me by disrespecting me. No, yes. I will do here and later, but allow me. Now, what we're saying, Minister, is that you will know that there are multiple levels of investment in tourism. If it is that the 15 million can be prioritized by instruction to NARA without additional labor or labor force within these entities, then they would have to now reverse those that would have been more than likely in line by time so that they can prioritize that in which NARA has given them a duty for. Within this bill, or within the conversations, I heard no conversation of a NARA appointed or a person with the duty for NARA activities within these agencies. So therefore, the agency with its similar workforce would then have to prioritize NARA and by extension deprioritize others that would have been in close proximity to being dealt with. And to that extent, there becomes a problem within that space and that reality. Additionally, it says that the NARA can carry out or secure the laying out of development areas. I thought that was above NARA's capacity. That they can carry out or secure the laying out of development areas. I believe that the entities, that NARA shouldn't be able to do that. Additionally, it says, lay out, construct, rehabilitate roads and buildings, and carry out such other building and engineering operations as may appear to it to be necessary or desirable in, on, over, under land within any area. I thought that is the duty of a general planning system and not NARA in and of itself. So when you say NARA can lay out, construct, rehabilitate roads and buildings, as it says here, that may appear to it to be necessary. Not appear to the cabinet to be necessary. Not appear to the parliament to be necessary. But that appear to it, to NARA. I thought that would have gone too far. And it include other things like public gardens, public amenities, carry on any business or undertaking from the reconstruction and development of any area. I thought that was too wide. Then it says in F, engage in any other activity designed to promote the development of any area. Any activity in any area. That I believe, I think that NARA is subverting cabinet's duty to the people. And to that extent, I was confused by that. I also found that the authority shall, if lawful and practicable, utilize existing capacity, resources, facilities, and systems in government, which may be appropriate, co-opted, etc., were in some cases excessive. Now, again, I wouldn't repeat the leader, but he indicated that subject to subsection 5, the chief executive officer shall be employed as such remuneration, etc., and had duties that I feel should have been rightfully designated to a board. Now, I wanted to understand what is the negative of the concept of JAMRAC being the board, because JAMRAC's concept was these people would have been included. And I remember when I was in the ministry once upon a time, our board included multiple private sector functionaries on the entertainment board. So the fact that it is a board, a governance board, does not disqualify private sector functionaries to be a part of it. What disqualifies, what's the negative of JAMRAC actually being the board? Because as has been indicated, JAMRAC's only duty is to alert the public of discrepancies that it perceives. But it have no capacity to intervene, no power, no control, no consequence that it can do other than to shout that we have seen things that are undeserving, and we don't see the great delay that a board can execute. It then says the authority may appoint and employ at such remuneration and on such terms and conditions as it thinks fits such other employees and agents as it thinks necessary for the proper carrying out and provision of this act. So the authority, without a board, can almost, all of we can get our work out of that authority. and everybody that we know can be can be doing. Right? The unlimited. Yes. It also says that they shall be paid to members of committees. So this is where I became quite worried. The minister may appoint a committee to examine the report to the minister on any matter arising out of or connected with any of the authority's powers, duties under this act. Now, I didn't understand from that Prime Minister if this was a single board or if at any time he needed information, he could have then moved forward to make a new board. So if he was going to consider tourism, he could make a tourism board. And if he was going to consider agriculture, he could make an agriculture board. And then the next clause suggests that they can be remunerated, not volunteer, that you could pay these boards to look at those things. And we felt that that would have been a problem. There was a sworn to secrecy. I won't delve too far in it, but I also felt that it didn't facilitate the whistleblowers act within the conversation of secrecy. I warn you already, and you're still. Yes, right? There was a limited facilitation of the whistleblowers act, but it will be dealt more fulsome by a colleague of mine. The ministry may give direction or authority. In this case, it says that the minister, in the interest of effective performance by the authority of its function. So it became confusing because it almost was giving the NARA freedom to act until you reach Section 13, where it took away that freedom and said, first of all, NARA should implement nothing until it's approved by cabinet, but the minister can intervene and tell NARA nothing about do what he decided to do at any given time. In fact, it says that the minister that the authority shall act in compliance with any direction given under subsection 1. And subsection 1 said the minister may give direction to the authority. So therefore, anything that the minister tells the authority to do, the authority should then act in that way. And we believe that that is a little bit confusing, because on one standard, the authority could do as it saw fit, and on the other standard, it was actually going to give that permission. Within it, it indicates that the entity could be instructed almost by NARA to actually carry out a duty. And if that duty wasn't carried out, Mr. Speaker, then they could send up that authority up to the minister and ask for the minister to grant that approval to the entity. So to that extent, it indicates here that the minister could then step in at any time. Now, before we move to the minister's ability to step in, we also found that the projects under NARA seemed extremely wide. Now, for example, the hospitals that were mashed up, I didn't hear them in this, but I presume they would be in it. But then how would the Victoria Jubilee, the KPH, be under NARA? Now, if it is that we say that the procurement is a problem and we want to change procurement, then we'd have to, NARA is now doing everything that they want to do. Now, because of the lobby efforts of the minister from West Kingston, I could say, well, maybe this is resilience, because if there was high emergency, we could need a hospital like that. But how then the parliament fit into NARA? Under what resilience or reconstruction could the new parliament be a NARA project? That seems to be an overextension of what NARA should do and should be doing. And I think that is the reason why there was no sunset date for NARA. Because while it was indicated that NARA should last for 5 years, for some reason within this bill we could find no date for NARA to end. So any project over time that you want to put in, you can claim that this should go under NARA. And I believe that that is a problem moving forward. It indicated that they could give directives. An approving entity shall cause an application for approval or other input to be dealt with in compliance with the terms of any directive issued by the authority. So what it is saying is that if it is that there is an approving entity and the authority gives it an instruction, then that had a duty to carry out the authority's instruction. And if they didn't carry out the instruction, then the authority could complain to the minister. But the authority, before complaining to the minister, would then have to get a private entity to review what the government entity was already reviewing, so as to take the private entity's opinion to the minister. No, don't be fooled by the person behind your prime minister. He has indicated that if an entity is in disagreement with the authority should seek to validate its disagreement by employing. All right. They can proceed with consideration of an application for approval where the approving entity may otherwise delay or decline to process the application solely on the basis that the approval or the input from another approving entity is yet to be granted or given. Relying on approvals previously granted by the approving entity for standardized design or pre-approval, they can seek to modify or make exceptions for zoning requirement, make decisions on the application for the approval of other inputs. It indicates, therefore, that to address non-compliance, the authority shall not make application for a step-in, they call it, without first obtaining independent expert advice on the matter. So what did we say that was different? What did we say that was different? No, but well, are you saying it's a good thing or that what I said was incorrect?
Member, you don't have much time left, so focus on your presentation, member.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, as was indicated, and I'm proud of you, you're arguing it well. As was indicated, the authority shall not make an application for a stepping without A, first obtaining independent expert advice on the matter. Now, one can easily see the cost that will incur moving forward, right? Now, I guess money is of no moment. Then, without obtaining, and then B, unless the authority is satisfied that on the consideration of the approval requirements, the advice referred to in the paragraph A exists. So we see that as a major concern. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, is that if I was the lawyer for the procurement process, I would say I have multiple evidence that procurement is not as guilty as we're seeking to make procurement. This entire bill seems to suggest that procurement is the chief hindrance on the capacity to implement. But if we look at our current situation with Spark program, for example, which have already passed procurement, which have already been granted in contract, the level of inefficiencies continue. Indeed, we have seen just in the last conversation over the budget that Spark, which was to end in 2027, have indicated that it will not end until 2030, and that funds that were supposed to
You have to turn off the mics. Turn off all other mics, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member speaking is misleading the House. Spark, based on all documents submitted to the House, is a contract-bound program that ends in the next financial year, not 2030, and he needs to provide evidence to say that Spark is ending in 2030.
Mr. Speaker, there's an unfortunate habit that has evolved for us to wantonly disrupt each other. Now, if the minister wanted to say that he hasn't spoken as yet, he can say that after. However, the book that was published by the government called the Estimate of Expenditures indicated that they would have been spending for Spark up to the 40 billion up until 2030.
Yes,
he was asked about that and he himself responded. So I do not know. Refresh himself. The minister also indicated in answering the question that he presumed it might have been a mistake, right? And that he would get back to us, for which he did not get back to us. So the fact of the matter is that the estimate of expenditure, yes, yes, and I'm reclaiming my time. So no problem. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I believe that as is, the bill introduced great risk. It introduced great risk of bottleneck being transferred to NARA. It introduced great risk of corruption being masked by the process in which contracts are selected. It introduced great risk that small investors may be at the back of the line because of the duty of prioritization within entities that already claim that they have understaffed realities. It includes many risks because it creates expectations that may not be likely to be executed within the public. And it creates many risks because it puts within a single individual a certain level of authority. We on this side are of the opinion that anything that is necessary should be done for our reclamation, for our rebuilding, for our re-engaging of the people and our economic activity. However, we also believe, as I agree with the leader of the opposition, that we should have a conversation, a more fulsome conversation of what NARA should look like by having a joint select committee. Thank you, Mr.
Members, start over. All the mics are off. Start over. So member from Central, sorry, you're not Central anymore, sorry. Member from South, Manchester South. Turn your mic on.
Hold on. Members, the Speaker had referenced her original ruling in relation to mics and to participate. We see the challenge that we have when multiple people turn on their mics. So please keep off your mics. When the presentation is drawing to an end, you can indicate that you want to speak and the mic will be activated, right? Yes, so there is, again, reference is made to the ruling by the Speaker. I think, yes, it does show that you would want to speak. Yeah. All right, so I think we have the member from South Manchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had not originally intended to contribute to the debate because I was confident that the leader of the opposition would have covered the points.
And I think the use of the standing orders to curtail the important contribution of the leader of the opposition was very unfortunate. Though consistent with a growing practice of suppression of voices not supporting the government. Members of Parliament were not elected to come here to serve the standing orders. The standing orders are here to serve the Parliament. And when it is used to stifle and suppress an important contribution on a bill that is so significant to the future of this country, it is disgraceful. Mr. Speaker, we can begin by acknowledging the scale of the crisis. Hurricane Melissa inflicted devastation of historic proportions. That demands urgency, it demands coordination, it demands leadership. But above all, it demands accountability. And that, Mr. Speaker, is precisely what this bill fails to provide. It is a blank check without guardrails. This legislation creates an authority with sweeping powers over billions of dollars in reconstruction expenditure, yet strips away the very safeguards that protect public funds. The authority is empowered to procure goods, works, and services directly. It can enter into any transaction it deems necessary, and it is funded by unlimited parliamentary appropriations and other inflows. Mr. Speaker, this is not reconstruction governance. This is a fiscal free-for-all. Where are the explicit procurement rules? Where are the independent oversight mechanisms? Where is the requirement for competitive tendering, public disclosure, or value for money audits in real time? Instead, we are asked to trust blindly that this authority will regulate itself. That is not how Westminster democracy works. What we are seeing here is executive capture. The Prime Minister controlling everything. The architecture of this authority is not independent. It is subordinate to the executive. The CEO is appointed by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister can issue binding directions and the CEO must comply. The Cabinet alone determines which projects are approved and which are strategic. This is not a balanced institutional design. This is centralized executive control over project selection, procurement, and execution. In any serious Westminster parliamentary democracy, such executive concentration of power would be offset by a statutorily independent board, by parliamentary committee pre-approval of major projects, by mandatory publication of decisions and contracts. None of that is here. None of that. Instead, we have a structure where the same political directorate decides, directs, and effectively executes. This is the very definition of unchecked executive power. And then, when we speak about the stepping power to override the entire regulatory state. In a sense, this is perhaps the most alarming feature of this bill. Under sections 21 to 24, the authority can issue directives to regulatory bodies, force timelines, and ultimately ask the minister to override those bodies directly. The minister can then grant approvals himself, modify or remove conditions imposed by the regulators, and those decisions carry full legal effect as if made by the original authority. Mr. Speaker, let us call this what it is. This is the executive branch arrogating to itself the powers of every regulatory authority in Jamaica. Planning, environmental, utilities, and more, all in the name of expedition. But we have seen this movie before. We have seen this movie before. A recent example in Europe. I would call it the Urbanesque playbook. This model bears an uncomfortable resemblance to what we have seen in Hungary. Emergency powers were used to centralize procurement authority. Regulatory checks were bypassed in the name of speed. Public contracts were channeled through politically controlled entities. Oversight institutions were weakened or sidelined. The result was a reconstruction and development model widely criticized across Europe for cronyism, opaque procurement, and misallocation of public funds. We must ask ourselves, are we building for resilience, or are we building a Jamaican version of that same model? I want to turn to what I might call the perfect conditions for abuse, the combination of secrecy and indemnity. The bill compounds the risk by combining these two dangerous provisions. The first is the secrecy clause. Officials are legally bound to treat documents as confidential with criminal penalties for disclosure, not administrative, criminal penalties. And then these officials are indemnified for any actions taken in their roles. So you're combining secrecy, executive control, weak oversight, massive discretionary spending. Mr. Speaker, this is not the formula for efficiency. This is a fertile ground for corruption. And they can talk about accountability to Parliament. Yes, the bill provides for annual reports, audited accounts, tabling in Parliament. But let us be honest. This is after the fact accountability. We see it in the Auditor General reports every year, but it's long after the horse has gone through the gate. By the time parliaments see these reports, contracts will have been signed, funds will have been spent, decisions will be irreversible. Accountability is not just retrospective. It is contemporaneous and preventive. The irony is that in the memorandum it speaks of transparent management. Yet procurement is not transparently structured. Decisions are not subject to real-time disclosure. Oversight is not independent. Confidentiality is criminally enforced. Mr. Speaker, this is not transparency. This is opacity dressed up in legislative language. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this bill sets a dangerous precedent. It is not merely about reconstruction. It is about how Jamaica governs large-scale public expenditure in times of crisis. And what it proposes is deeply troubling. Concentrated executive power, minimal oversight, weak transparency, legal tools to override institutions. We all want Jamaica rebuilt, quickly, efficiently, and resiliently. But we must not rebuild Jamaica on a foundation of weakened democracy and compromised accountability. Because if we do so, Mr. Speaker, we may rebuild the roads, we may rebuild the bridges, but we will have undermined the very institutions that hold this country together. I therefore urge this House to reject this bill in its current form or to amend it fundamentally to restore transparency, accountability, and proper Westminster-style governance. Thank you.
Members, could you please turn off all the mics? Turn off all the mics. The next speaker is going to be the member from Portland Eastern. And after the Portland Eastern, we're going to have the member from St. Andrew North Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you. I see you have returned. Madam Speaker, I have to give my contribution, and it is one in a legal context. I will just address the first aspect, which is, it speaks of a bill entitled, and there's just one particular aspect that I'm highlighting. It says for resilience generally. And it is in that regard that I'm formulating my contribution. Now, Section 2 speaks about definition. And I will just simply say that there are, in relation to resilience, Madam Speaker, the definition of resilience in this regard, I would only suggest humbly that it be included. The absence of it leaves it wide open, and it could contemplate resilience as we make it up as we go, and it needs to give some form of direction in that regard. So I would just put, for the record, a definition similar to that in the UK, which says the Act ought to define resilience as the ability to anticipate, assess, prevent, mitigate, respond to, and recover from natural hazards, deliberate attacks, geopolitical instability, disease outbreaks, and other disruptive events, civil emergencies, or threats to our way of life. I'm taking a point, but to say, Mr. Prime Minister, no, I'm using, but I just wish to say that because this bill comes from Parliament, and we are invited to say we are collectively passing legislation, the legislation at all times must contemplate gaps. We must fill them so that we don't appear to be incompetent. That is my contribution. Thank you. Now, in relation to in relation to, and I would invite my friends. I would invite my friends also to look at section 19.3. And 19.3 speaks about the plans and what the authorities shall do. In 19.3 it says the development of projects, programs and plans shall prioritize. 19.3b speaks of the achievement of climate and disaster resilience. That again is a legal term of art that requires definition for us. I would only suggest then that we would have something similar to say that disaster resilience is the ability of communities and organizations and states to adapt to and recover from hazards, shocks or stresses without compromising long-term prospects of development. Again, because it is a term of art, it's something that ought to be included in the definition. For your consideration. Now, I speak about vagueness, and vagueness, it requires definitions or revisiting the language so that it is not open to absurd interpretations when it leaves Parliament. So, Parliament may not have intended a particular interpretation, but the way the legislation is drafted, you might find that judges may interpret it differently and it goes outside, but it also brings us to litigation that I don't think that it would be necessary if we spend the time and mature consideration to ensure that the legislation meets the object and purpose. So, if the bill were to pass without the necessary amendments, we will find ourselves in that situation. So I'm just humbly suggesting that we revisit in that regard. For example, Madam Speaker, the legislation speaks of the minister. And my question to the House, who is the minister in this regard? If it is the Prime Minister, the legislation speaks in the schedule, separate from the minister, what the Prime Minister can do in relation to revocation of the CEO. So if the Prime Minister and the minister is one in the same, it becomes problematic. And I'm simply saying, who is the minister? That's open-ended, and it's something to consider in relation to interpretation. Very well. No, this part, for this, with the white, I'm saying, no, I understand that, Mr. Prime Minister, but you would appreciate that in this particular legislation, it makes references to the Prime Minister and it makes to a minister. So because of that, I'm saying it needs to have clarity, because there are 3 ministers operating all at once in this legislation. I'm assuming the Minister of Finance. I see the minister, which could be the Prime Minister, then there is delegation. There's so many things happening at once that when it comes to the filling the accountability gap, this will be necessary. So it's just revisiting, and it's not difficult to do in a simple amendment. Who is the minister? And that falls within definition. I will only say in relation to directives and directions that it opens a Pandora's box. That is something that can be revisited. Now, I do not see where in the Act that putting vulnerable people at the center of our risk assessment for the rebuilding and resilience effort. It's nowhere in the Act. I read it here, I read it elsewhere, and the assumption from a human rights plane, from the speaking for the least among us, which oftentimes is the youth and the elderly. The rest can say include me, but the rebuilding, reconstruction, resilience ought to consider the vulnerable. That is absent. That's something we need to think about. Also, because it is important to develop resilience, which was absent from the definition, there is nothing to measure resilience. I would only hope or urge my colleagues that we include something in the legislation itself that shows that we are trying to measure resilience, not in the big world, but for Jamaica or Ireland. So, because there is currently no common methodology for measuring overall national resilience, having a benchmark from which to assess whether Jamaica is ready to absorb and adapt to threats and risks would allow us to measure the effectiveness of our reconstruction and resilience effort and model so that it becomes apparent we are making informed decisions on the trade-offs between investing and intervening in different risk areas. So given the wide powers to the Minister and the CEO under the Act, it is important that something is included. A mechanism is included, and I don't think that appointing a board to do that or any mention of such a board, in the absence of that, the legislation would be wholly ineffective to achieve the object and purpose that it was intended for. Now, I'll just address my concerns seriatim or point by point in relation to the sections. Having said the definition section, Section 2 now says that the minister may by order alter paragraph A of the definition of works. Now, one would appreciate that in the absence of a definition of resilience, it affects the power of the minister. So again, that's my pitch to say we have to include the resilience aspect. Section 4, functions of the authority. Madam Speaker, I need your protection on this one. At paragraph F, there seems to be a typo, A-N-D. Please fix it. Now, I'll just work with me, please. In this day and age, it's important. There is a section 5.5 which speaks about what the Minister of Finance, the minister responsible for public service, that in relation to salaries. It is missing there is an accountability gap. So if you look at 5.5, it says that the chief executive officer, he creates people who he hires, and he's paying them, and it has salary cap, similar to that in the government work. When it comes to Section 71, the minister appoints his committee, and they are able to get remuneration. It also says honorarium, salary, or fees, and such allowances. I would simply say that this section is circumventing the salary scheme, and as it is not subjected to Section 5. I'm just simply saying it's similar to Section 5. I'm just saying similar to Section 5.5. It says subject to Section 5, the chief executive officer shall be employed. I'm saying in the absence of that at Section 7.2, you can see there is a gap. It is simply an accountability gap. I have that. I understand that. But I'm saying it is a salary. The salaries has no cap under Section 7.2. It has absolutely none. No, Section 7.2. Section 7.2. It is an accountability gap. There is no salary cap, and it's in the absence of subject to Section 5.5, wide powers. And this is in the vein that Section 8 says they are to be paid from the funds of the authority, which shall consist of 8A, such monies as may from time to time be placed at its disposition for the purpose of this Act by Parliament, and B, all other monies and other property which may in any manner become payable to or vested in the authority in respect of any matter incidental to its function. That is where the monies come from, and Section 7.2 allows these persons to be paid from that. And there's no Section 5, so it's not subject to the minister responsible. Now,
I turn to the aspect of I will call it cost to taxpayers. So we must pass laws that will minimize taxpayers being called upon to foot the bill for waste, corruption, and lack of accountability resulting from the accountability gap that is present in this legislation. For example, there is in the schedule resignation of the CEO as well as revocation of appointment by the Prime Minister. It is a feature that promotes political pageantry. If in the event, and I will address secrecy versus indemnity, but if in the event the CEO does something untoward and at the end of it, it's wasting taxpayers' money, all the Prime Minister has to do is to revoke his CEOship. Simple. Just say you're no longer the CEO, and the Prime Minister would have pretty much says, I've done my duty, the person was a miscreant, and don't include me. Just simply fire him, and we would have, the Parliament would have said, okay, we did our work. Can't be that way. That is an example. So that in and of itself has to be revisited in terms of how we deal with it. And here's it. We have what is known as the criminalizing for disclosure versus indemnity for conduct in good faith. So I know Damien earlier said the member from St. Catherine Northwest earlier borrowed my context matters and don't intend to pay me for it. But I must say context in fact matters. There is, my only critique of this is that we can't turn ordinary citizens and even workers who in good faith, where there are competing legislations, we cannot criminalize them for having integrity and for having good conscience. I'm saying that in the vein that in the absence of national security, what would be the basis to block access to information? So this is the ATI legislation, and where transparency is concerned, and if anyone has ever used the ATI legislation, one of the first answers is we cannot give you the information because of national security. In relation to what Section 14 is saying, is that the employee would not be able to give out information in relation to any type of document, and the document may not necessarily be national security. The document may not be one of national security. So we use the secrecy aspect of and put them in legislation oftentimes, and it is just a misunderstanding of the object and purpose for that, and I would invite us to revisit this aspect of it, because well, I would like to say it is a misunderstanding, because if it were by design, it actually doesn't, because unless a simple fix would be Section 14.2, in the absence of it using the word prescribed persons, and I would also listen, I am saying this is a term of art because we have a Protected Disclosure Act 2011, and it speaks of prescribed persons. Prescribes persons. This says permitted, and these words are terms of art. It's a simple fix, and I'm inviting the Parliament as legislators to fix it. If we simply say prescribed and designated persons, it would fix a simple gap. A simple accountability gap, especially when we're calling on employees to be brought before the court and ultimately convicted. It's a simple fix. It can be accepted or rejected. No problem. But again, the Protected Disclosure Act 2011 under Section 9, it speaks of a feature, the Auditor General, who is always in Parliament from time to time, where the member from St. Catherine Northwest has said that it is the whistleblower act or section. Just appreciate that it is important to ensure that it doesn't weaken other, it doesn't minimize or weaken other legislations. We can't draft or try to pass legislation that conflicts with competing legislation, especially when the Protected Disclosure Act, its mandate is to ensure that persons are able to report and protected when they find that conduct from employers or employees are untoward. And it is a part of strengthening the corruption meter, and so left unchecked, it's wholly problematic. That brings us to the other side, the versus, which would be the indemnity. Again, we spoke about the ability to simply resign, a CEO who is allowed to resign versus simply be fired. Again, the taxpayers would be called upon to pay court costs for the CEO or other persons employed or employees in situations where the legislation is speaking about honestly and acting in good faith, and there is no meter to simply measure what that good faith is, especially if it's a civil case. And when you think about matters where if it remains in the parish court, the general rule is that it's a fine or time system, so you may find a CEO in the parish court being called upon to pay a fine and is indemnified by the legislation. I find that problematic, especially when you juxtapose that with what is called the step-in order and the ability to circumvent the entities which are protecting things such as the environment, whether it be human rights, whether it be just property rights. That is National Land Agency, National Works Agency, NEPA, all of these agencies which operate under what is known as mature consideration. So this is in the vein that when it comes to situations of environment, human rights, and capitalizing on the human potential, whether these entities know it or not, they are the ones responsible for ensuring that one thing doesn't affect the other. And so the step-in order would then act as a mechanism to circumvent that, and then when it comes to anything going wrong, all those entities will say is, but my power was taken away from me by virtue of this legislation, and as such, we are then called upon to say, what do we do? And it becomes, again, political pageantry. So I'm just simply saying that we ought to look at that in its entirety, because taking away the power, especially rebuilding, is, notwithstanding that it has to be expedited, is something that must be done with mature consideration. I'm sure that we can appreciate that. So, as it is now, I will simply say that there's more work to be done before, if this legislation were to pass as is, it would be problematic and embarrassing for our parliament. And there are legislators and persons much senior to me, and I call upon you all to back me on the amendments that I speak on, and we are to be responsible as we are pushing legislation through. Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Member from St. Andrew West? Northwest. Northwest? Oh, the member from St. Andrew North Central. You too? But who has that?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill. So let us be clear from the outset that this is not routine legislation. And as the Prime Minister indicated when opening this debate last week, this is among the most consequential pieces of legislation this Parliament has been asked to consider in the modern era of Jamaica's development. And it's consequential for the simple reason, I don't need to go through all the statistics, but Hurricane Melissa was catastrophic. One of the worst hurricanes on record, costing Jamaica $12.2 billion US or $1.95 trillion, more than half our GDP. 215,000 structures damaged, some of them destroyed, 600 schools impacted, health infrastructure compromised, major roads, drainage systems, utilities destroyed. Entire communities left devastated, towns such as Black River badly damaged, displacing thousands of residents and exposing deep vulnerabilities. So the scale, Madam Speaker, of the destruction underscored the urgent need for coordinated national reconstruction and resilience efforts. So it's not theory, it is about delivery. Now, we note the criticism, and this is democracy, it is healthy, but much of what is being said does not really, frankly, stand up to a careful reading of the bill as it now exists. Because when you move past the speculative points and actually examine the text, what you find is not recklessness. What you find is structure. What you find is discipline. And what you find is accountability built into law. Madam Speaker, this bill is grounded in a moment of extreme national urgency. Hurricane Melissa did not just damage infrastructure, it exposed structural weaknesses. And as the Prime Minister said, what has been missing is not the dream, but the institutional machinery to turn that dream into delivered reality. And that is what the bill provides. So, Madam Speaker, this foundation is structure, it's not chaos. Under clauses 1 and 2, the purpose is clear. It's post-disaster reconstruction and long-term resilience. Under clause 3, NARA is a body corporate, not informal, not ad hoc, but a legal institution with defined responsibilities and obligations. It's not, Madam Speaker, a temporary committee or task force. This is institutional machinery for national execution. Madam Speaker, at the heart of this bill, Clause 4, this is where the criticism begins and where it should end. Because Clause 4 does something very simple. It creates a single central coordinating authority to plan, prioritize, implement, and track national reconstruction. That is not dangerous. That is necessary. And as the proverb reminds us, too many cooks spoil the broth. Fragmentation is the enemy of recovery. And this bill is designed to eliminate fragmentation. So, Madam Speaker, let me give a direct response to this is a too broad a legislative effort. And I heard the opposition leader and the member from St. Catherine, Northwestern, and the member from Manchester South. We hear that the mandate is too broad. But let us be serious. Reconstruction is broad. You cannot fix roads without drainage. You can't fix houses without utilities. And you can't build communities without infrastructure. The bill, frankly, reflects reality, but critically, it is not unbounded. It is anchored by cabinet-approved projects. And I think the people of Jamaica should be reminded that the Cabinet of Jamaica is not a standalone authority. It's a temporary custodian of power granted by the people themselves. The government is elected by the citizens. Every minister holds their seat as a servant of public trust, legally bound to a mandate derived directly from the ballot box. And to prevent the abuse of this borrowed power, we have checks and balances. We have an Auditor General, we have parliamentary oversight, we have Julian Robinson chairing the Public Accounts Committee, we have legislative and judicial scrutiny, and we have many other transparent mechanisms in this functional democracy that we call Jamaica. So you have cabinet-approved projects, Clause 17. We have structured programs and plans, Clause 18 and 19. Full auditing as is standard and reporting, Clauses 9 to 11. And of course, we have the dissolution under Part 4. So this is not a free-for-all. This is a structured flexibility under law. Madam Speaker, another claim is that the bill prioritizes speed over quality, and that is simply incorrect. Clauses 18 and 19 require structured programs, costed projects, monitoring systems, and critically, climate resilience and prioritization of vulnerable communities. So this is not rebuilding what failed. This is building what will last. Madam Speaker, I hear the points about power and, concentration of power. And, let us deal directly with this concern about leadership, because this is really a problem. I don't know what it is. I don't know what we're drinking. I don't know what we're drinking in the country. Yes, the CEO, yes, the Chief Executive Officer has responsibility under Clause 5. But let me ask you a simple question. In a national reconstruction effort, who should be responsible? Because history shows us what happens when no one is. And as the Prime Minister rightly stated, when accountability is diffused, institutions start to protect the processes rather than deliver outcomes, and the people suffer. So the bill avoids that failure. And importantly, and this is the CEO fits, the CEO is not unchecked. You have cabinet approval, Clause 17, ministerial direction, Clause 13, fulsome audit and financial controls, Clause 9, parliamentary reporting in Clause 10 and 11, public transparency in Clause 20, and I really want to draw attention to that Clause 20 because this is really phenomenal. It says, it requires the authority to maintain a register of approved reconstruction and resilience projects, including descriptions and applicable programs and plans, and importantly, the register must be made available electronically for public inspection, providing direct transparency. So this is not a concentration without restraint. This is leadership. This is clear leadership within a framework of accountability. Now, I'm a little bit disappointed because none of the opposition members really pulled on any prominent examples internationally, right? We have to step outside of Jamaica. I heard you're Hungarian. I don't know what that was about. But let us step outside Jamaica for a moment. Because the world, not in a fulsome way. No, not fulsomely. The world has already run this experiment and we have seen failures all around. 2010 earthquake on our lovely neighbor Haiti. Billions in aid, but no effective central authority. They had a commission, an interim Haiti Recovery Commission. $13 billion US committed, only $6 billion spent, and who knows where it went. They had fragmented actors, weak coordination. The Prime Minister actually chaired the committee along with a former US president and other critical stakeholders. It failed. New Orleans, Hurricane Katrina, the great United States of America. Multiple levels of government failed to coordinate. Bureaucracy slowed the response, and the entire communities lagged for over a decade. Then we look at our neighbor, one of our neighbors, Puerto Rico, 2017 Hurricane Maria, again a part of the United States. They had funding that existed, but the approvals were slow. The authority was fragmented. They set up a central office for recovery and reconstruction and resiliency 2 weeks after the hurricane. An expert report now points out that they will probably get to fulsome completion of all the recovery efforts by 2051. Why? Because oversight paralysis. They had a central office for recovery giving oversight. You had FEMA giving oversight. The Housing and Urban Development Corporation giving oversight. The Department of Energy giving oversight. The Governor's Office giving oversight. And then all sorts of stakeholder groups in Puerto Rico giving oversight. And this is wealthy Puerto Rico, part of the U.S. $86 billion obligated. They only managed to spend $40 billion out of it. So the pattern, Madam Speaker, is undeniable. Plans are nothing. Execution is everything. Recovery does not fail because of money. Because here we have the great United States, full of money. Authority was fragmented, approvals are slow, leadership is unclear, and systems cannot execute. And that is exactly what this bill fixes. This bill establishes a single coordinating authority, again, Clause 4. Structured programs and plans, Clauses 18 and 19. Approved accelerated mechanisms, Clauses 21 to 24. Cabinet accountability and audit and reporting. This, Madam Speaker, is not chaka-chaka legislation. So, Madam Speaker, as it relates to approval bottlenecks, clauses 21 to 24, and I think I heard the member saying Catherine Northwest speaking to this. This is one of the strongest features, actually, because this is where most countries evolving post-disaster fail. These clauses coordinate agencies, it sets timelines, it issues directives, it allows structured escalation, but with safeguards. Expert advice is required, written justification, and opportunity for response. So this is not bypassing governance. This is fixing bureaucratic paralysis. And it's important we make a careful note of that. Madam Speaker, there is concern about oversight. Yes, let us deal with it clearly. Inside the bill again, the accounts and audit provisions, Clause 9, reporting, Clause 10 and 11, transparency again, Clause 20. Outside the bill, yes, but critically, the government has established Jamrock, which is chaired by a Jamaican son of a Stanford professor, Peter Blair Henry, who, by the way, sits on two of the biggest boards in the world, Citigroup and Nike. This is somebody with a reputation to protect. And this body will provide independent public oversight, reports on performance, and introduce a national accountability lens, similar to EPOC. And importantly, performance will be based on measurable outcomes, not processes. And Madam Speaker, oversight will include broad stakeholder input, including the opposition. So, Madam Speaker, the claim that there's no oversight is simply not correct. What we have is statutory accountability and external independent oversight. Madam Speaker, let us be clear. Clauses 9, audited accounts, Auditor General has full access. Clauses 10 and 11, reports to Parliament. The Public Electronic Register, Clause 20. This is transparency in law. It's not promise, it's not theory. As we move forward, NARA, finally, it is not an endless body. Under Part 4, NARA is dissolved. Assets are transferred, records are preserved, mission completed. It is temporary, targeted intervention. So, Madam Speaker, let us strip the debate down to the truth. This is not unchecked power. It is structured under cabinet, ministerial, and parliamentary reporting. This is not weak governance. It is planning, it is monitoring, and it is resilience, all mandated. This is not a lack of oversight. Fulsome auditing, reporting, and a reputable board of Jamrock oversight that exists. This is not opacity, as transparency is embedded in law. And this is not permanence, because the authority is time-bound. So, Madam Speaker, they say well done is better than well said. The difference between collapse and recovery is not the scale of the disaster, it is the quality of the response. And as we have seen, Madam Speaker, 2005 Hurricane Katrina, the 2010 Haiti earthquake, and the 2017 Hurricane Maria impact on Puerto Rico. Weak coordination, slow execution, and unclear leadership allowed confidence to unravel, sometimes for years. For the U.S., they are rich and powerful, so they will figure it out. Haiti, not so lucky. Jamaica has avoided that trap by restoring utilities quickly, mobilized incredible financing, early $6.7 billion US from all the multilateral institutions, and establishing a clear institutional driver through NARA. The country has anchored confidence at a critical moment, giving businesses and the people of Jamaica a visible path to stability and growth. Madam Speaker, I support this bill.
Member from St. Andrew West, that's Member Hilton. The member from St. Andrew West.
Madam Speaker, there is an African saying that if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go long, far, or in this case sustainably, go together. No, Madam Speaker, what in the nature of the disaster that we're faced with and the response that is required, a balance must be struck. The question for this House and ultimately the people of Jamaica is, has this balance been struck within this legislation that is before us? There are clear gaps and concerns. Speakers before me have raised a number of those issues, a number of those concerns. I am going to focus my brief intervention on the same clause 18 and 19 that was just spoken about and for which the speaker before me see an anchor and see the solution. But as someone asked, will the anchor hold? Madam Speaker, I represent a constituency that everyone knows is disaster prone because it sits on the coastline and at the foothills that comes from northwest all the way down. And I have communities that once the clouds get dark, I start to fret. And invariably, after the rains, there's a massive cleanup problem. I have communities like New Haven, Seaview Gardens, Riverton, and other areas that are affected from time to time. It is true that this is a response to Melissa and the destruction caused by Melissa. And that is largely in the West. The bill is drawn in a way that is more general because it recognizes that it is not just about recovery, but it's about resilience. And the resilience of which we speak is not only to be found in the West, it's broad. And therefore, I am pleased that it recognizes and there is a possibility that these areas of great sensitivity traditionally and known spots of disaster prone areas is the opportunity for a resilient response. Because the hurricane, Melissa, was in the West, but the hurricane is likely to come the next time. And I must tell you that I breathed a sigh of relief when Hurricane Melissa speared Kingston, because had it come in this area, I don't know what might have happened to a lot of the community and the people in my constituency. So we have to consider that we have to look at how have we addressed the vulnerabilities so that when the hurricane comes next time, that we prevent the kind of disaster that we may have avoided only because Hurricane Melissa took a different course. So, Madam Speaker, as I look at the bill, and I look at Clause 18 and 19, the bill has adopted a very artful way of addressing the issue of consultation and inclusion. So it uses in 19 and 18 and 19 the term, the artful phrase, that in consultation with relevant persons. Now, I want to put it to you, Madam Speaker, that a bill of this importance, and given the concerns that I am addressing from these constituencies, these vulnerable constituencies, does this bill speak to consulting the people in these constituencies? Or am I assured that they will be included in any consultation that takes place under this legislation? How am I assured? And I want to suggest to you that it cannot be left just to the goodwill of the CEO of NARA. Clear direction must be given in the legislation to say communities and affected communities, and they can even, because they are known, these zones are known zones. It's not anything that we are surprised about. Those zones are known. How will they be assured that they will be included in consultation and that whatever the designs for projects that come out, that they will be included and their vulnerabilities addressed? I am not, this gives me no confidence. I don't see it, and I'd like the Prime Minister to address that, to say how do known vulnerable communities that we struggle with year in, year out, that we spend this kind of money, we recover, we reconstruct, we rebuild, and yet resilience escape these communities. How? So, because for me, resilience is not just a technical exercise. It's both social, and yes, it is political. And the question is, how can I rest assured that the resilience of which we speak, the building back better, that we all want will address those known vulnerable zones and communities. It's not clear to me from this bill and the design of this bill that this is addressed in a comfortable way. And I believe that it is not just about top-down building, it is about bottom-up as well. And the communities, I don't see communities referenced anywhere in this bill. I don't. And I think, Prime Minister, we have to address the issues of equity, inclusion, and communities. Even in the planning that I've heard about, I don't see any. No, you don't understand much. I don't, Prime Minister. I don't, Prime Minister, see where the communities are, and even in the planning exercise, which is critical to the project development. These are in a different process. Well, I need to at least be assured what that is, because it doesn't speak to it in this legislation. All right. So, Prime Minister, there are gaps, and we can move quickly. But I suggest to you that there are risks involved, reputational risk, in not doing anything and in overdoing some things. And the risk of corruption is real, and we need to address that. You can kiss your teeth all you want. Well, yeah, but it's real, and I think we need to make sure that the safeguards are addressed in this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Next is the member from St. Andrew Northwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I've been a member of this House for a little over a year, and that there are a lot of bills that I've seen come to this House that I have not commented on or contributed on. But this bill is so important. There is no way I could not have a bill of this magnitude. Madam Speaker, I want to join with my colleague and friend and from St. Andrew, a neighbor from St. Andrew North Central, in full support of this bill. Madam Speaker, Hurricane Melissa caused unprecedented damage. Madam Speaker, first of all, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Hurricane Melissa caused unprecedented damage, estimated at some 12 million United States dollars. Billion. I have the time, you know. I have the time. 6 months on, thousands of Jamaicans, 6 months on, thousands of Jamaicans still await full recovery. The National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill, NARA, tabled by the Most Honorable Prime Minister last week, establishes a dedicated time-bound statutory authority with a clear mandate to lead national construction. Supporting this legislation demonstrates our commitment to moving from emergency relief to structured, resilient, rebuilding without further delay. We understand the frustration being expressed by members of the public and indeed the opposition. But what we are facing is not routine disruption. It is an unprecedented catastrophe, the scale of which most countries across the world has never experienced. So we understand the urgency and we understand the impatience. People want to see progress and they want to see it right now. But even as we acknowledge that reality, we must also take the opportunity to clarify something very important. Each week, in the media and in this very space, we hear concerns about the pace of certain aspects of the recovery effort. We have also heard comparisons being made between the pace of the public sector response and that of private entities. Members, these are not like-for-like comparisons. The protocols and procedures that govern government operations, particularly procurement, are fundamentally different from those in the private sector. They are designed to ensure transparency, fairness, and accountability in the use of public resources. And that accountability does not pause in a time of crisis. Even as we respond to this catastrophe, we are still required to operate within a framework of good governance. We are still managing a country, and we must do so in a way that can stand up to scrutiny both now and in the future. So while the pace at times appears slower than some would like, it is not due to inaction. It is a result of a system that must balance urgency with responsibility. Our commitment is not to rebuild, but to rebuild properly, transparently, and in a way that serves the best interests of the Jamaican people. In order to achieve this bill has been tabled to ensure our rebuilding efforts keep up with the pace of private efforts and, of course, the demands and welfare of the Jamaican people. Madam Speaker, Jamaica cannot afford to have billions in unspent funds while roads, schools, and hospitals remain in disrepair. Madam Speaker, those are the words of the member from St. Andrews South Eastern, March last year, regarding the pace of procurement. Though it was not referring to Hurricane Melissa or Nara at that time, the facts are true today, and I say even more relevant given the devastation experienced in Western Jamaica. For that reason, this government has sought to fill the gaps and innovate and legislate a clear path that will both facilitate a quicker rebuild without compromising accountability. The business-as-usual approaches through fragmented ministries and standard bureaucracy has never been designed for post-disaster reconstruction at this scale. They cause delays in approvals, duplication of efforts, slow procurement, and a weaker coordination, precisely the problems that prolong suffering after major disasters, and everything that this NARA bill is trying to prevent. The establishment of NARA adds clear value by eliminating fragmentation through single-point coordination, providing special powers of speed without sacrificing accountability, servicing a hub of technical competence to turn available international financing into bankable, high-quality, resilient projects, and finally, to enabling project networking to create new economies rather than simply restoring the old. Madam Speaker, the NARA bill is not attempting to reinvent the wheel. This is a proven model used successfully in other disaster recoveries globally. Existing structures would result in slower, less integrated, and less transformative outcomes. This is not about expanding government or complex legislation. Madam Speaker, quite frankly, this bill ought not to be a controversial one. this bill is a common sense bill. NARA is about smarter, faster, and more effective government when our people need it most, and it is an agile response to this crisis. I urge all members to support this bill so we can continue to deliver hope, resilience, and real recovery to every affected Jamaican, starting in Western Jamaica. The future of our nation depends on acting boldly and decisively today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from St. Mary's Central. Are you, St. Mary's Central, are you ready? Would you go ahead, please?
Okay.
Members who have indicated they will not be contributing today, the likelihood is that we will finish today, just for the record. For the record. Next member is the member from St. Catherine, Southeast. That's not you, member. That's not you. Oh, you're acting.
I'm always on stage, yes. Madam Speaker, it was clear from the onset that we would not be closing the debate today.
Who indicated that, member?
The House Leader.
House Leader? Member,
Yes.
hold a moment. House Leader, please.
House Leader has
you
indicated
did not advise
that we
me.
would not be closing today. I also asked the Prime Minister himself, who indicated that he would not be closing today. And I know they weren't lying to me. So at 7 o'clock, our members who are going to be contributing, another 4 or 5 persons, perhaps even 6 persons.
That's okay.
Would still like to contribute, and we would like
Parliament
the opportunity to do
continues.
so at the next sitting, since we are not closing today. Since we're not closing today, I'd like to be able to go and support it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you,
for a
Leader of
full
Opposition
sum
Business.
Madam Speaker, I hear the Leader of Opposition Business. However, the better approach which we suggest is that all the members present in the House who want to contribute to the debate do so today. That would allow for a proper ventilation of any issues, suggestions, proposals they make, so that when we come next week, we are moving to close and to go to committee. We don't want a situation that we come next week, members are raising new issues, and it won't further delay the bill. So I suggest to the members present in the House, a lot has already been said. And if the members take the approach to not repeat a point that has already been made, I'm saying, if the members take the approach from henceforth to not repeat what has already been said, then we could be out of here by 7:30. So I ask the members who plan to contribute to contribute.
Members, I'm going to give you the list of persons who indicated that they were interested to speak. Westmoreland Eastern. I heard you already. Are you going to say something differently? Go ahead.
There is
Leader of
at
Opposition
least
Business.
one member who isn't here today who wants to contribute next week. Are we indicating that they will not be permitted to do so since we are not closing today?
Who is the member, Leader of Opposition Business? No, I'm asking the question. And if the member is, if the acting House Leader is indicating as much, then acting House Leader would know.
The member from Manchester who had to leave because he had an emergency has indicated
from Manchester
that he would like an opportunity to
acting.
contribute.
Could you say Manchester, which seat exactly? Manchester South, Manchester what?
Northwest Manchester. He has great interest in this matter, and he had an emergency today. And I'm simply saying, if we're not closing today,
thank you, Leader of Government, of Opposition Business. I'll get back to you in that regard. Next is the member from. So I'm going to still call the constituency name for everyone who indicated they would like to speak. So we have done St. Andrew North Central, St. Andrew Western, St. Mary Central is not ready, St. Anne Southeast, St. Catherine Southeast, Westmoreland Eastern, St. James, St. James West Central, St. James West Central, if you're ready, get up. I'm listing the persons. Some persons indicated they are not ready. So I'm just reiterating those who had asked. So are you ready? I am not making any commitment for next week. The House proceedings continue. Member from Westmoreland Eastern, are you ready? Yes, no? Member from St. James. Member from St. James West Central.
Madam Speaker.
Member from St. James West Central, would you like the podium?
No. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to this bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Management and Implementation of the Post-Disaster Reconstruction and Resilience Efforts consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa, and for resilience generally, to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority and for connected matters. The bill, when passed into law, to be cited as the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act, narrow. Madam Speaker, over the years that I have been in the Parliament, my starting point in presenting on bills is usually to look at the memorandum of objects and reason. And this bill seeks to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority and a statutory framework for the efficient, coordinated, and transparent management of extraordinary time-bound reconstruction and resilience efforts to focus on building back better to withstand future climatic and geophysical events. Secondly, to create a more robust, climate-resilient infrastructure, encouraging better land use planning. Thirdly, to expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors that address the structural economic vulnerabilities exposed by Hurricane Melissa. And fourthly, to enable growth and diversification of Jamaica's economic base. Madam Speaker, my training and experience compels me to not only look at a bill in principle, but also in detail. Because when we pass laws, we're not passing laws for the statute book. We're passing laws to be used. And constitutionally, we're passing laws for the peace, order, and good government of Jamaica. And when the laws are to be used, we have to discover the meaning or effect of words used by the Parliament. And to do so, we cannot escape analysis. It doesn't make an approach theoretical or theatrical. We really have to analyze, because the overriding aim must always be to give effect to the intention of Parliament as expressed in words used. And so the task of ascertaining the intention of Parliament, it demands an understanding that the intention of Parliament is an objective concept. It is not subjective. When we refer to the intention of Parliament, which is really to understand what it is that we're passing, this is to something that is objective and what we can reasonably impute to Parliament in respect of the language used. It is not the subjective intention of the minister or other persons who promote the legislation, nor is it the subjective intention of the draftsman or of individual members or even a majority of individual members of either house. And so there is no escaping looking at what the words say and what we draft. Madam Speaker, this bill, as the Prime Minister has said, is the most consequential piece of legislation that is to be passed. And he invited all of us to approach the consideration of the bill seriously. And so, we can't really rush it too much, even though time is of the essence. And I have a full appreciation of what the Prime Minister is seeking to achieve. I do not believe that anyone who has spoken has taken issue with the goals that are being pursued. But the concerns are whether the bill in its form will achieve those goals. Madam Speaker, the authority is to be constituted according, the clause 3 establishes the authority, and it tells us how it is to be constituted in accordance with the schedule. Now, some have taken issue with whether there is going to be a board or there isn't going to be a board, and the Prime Minister in his presentation indicated that we have other models in the jurisdiction where there is no board, and that is true. Under the Town and Country Planning Act, for example, there is provided for a planning authority, a town and country planning authority. And under that act, and this is an act of 1958, Section 3(1) tells you that for the purposes of the act, the minister shall appoint a person or persons to be a town and country planning authority, and subject to the provisions of the act, and from time to time, by order, published in the Gazette, define the composition, powers, and duties of such authority. So it is true that what the bill is seeking to do by way of model already exists in the jurisdiction. So let us look at what will constitute the authority in the bill. The schedule speaks to a CEO and only a CEO. And so if the intention is to constitute the authority with a single office holder, then that is what will be achieved. But if that is not the intention, then the bill will require some rework. Now, the question naturally arises, in light of the objectives being pursued, whether a single person constituting the authority is the model that we should use. It is an appropriate question to be answered. But beyond that, essentially, the authority will also have the minister who is to step in. So, in essence, the authority, when it boils down to it, will be the CEO and the minister who steps in when the minister so steps in. Now, the issue has been raised about the concentration of power in many other pieces of legislation. Power is concentrated in the minister. The question is whether, in light of the objectives being pursued, this is a model that should be used. That is the live question. No, the bill doesn't define which minister, a point that was made, but from all indications, it points to the Prime Minister who has portfolio responsibility for the subject matter in this current dispensation. But it would require an indication of which minister, since numerous other ministers have been named. So that is the first point. What does the authority look like? And the bill, right now, presents the authority as the CEO, and when the minister steps in, the CEO and the minister. But the bill does not say what qualifies someone to be appointed as the CEO. Again, it is not unusual because other legislation allows for appointments as the minister thinks fit. But when you see what we're seeking to do, would it be helpful to get a profile of what the CEO will look like? Competency profile, what would qualify someone to hold the office of CEO, since if the bill were to proceed in this form, that person would equate to the authority. Moving from move to the functions of the authority. Clause 4 sets out the functions. And as has been said before, the functions are very wide. what jumps out at me as against the memorandum of objects and reason is that some of the functions may collide with each other, for want of a better expression, so that we know it is not good practice for anyone to provide oversight duties to self. And so, Clause 4, when you read all of it, you're going to see that, for example, the function of procuring goods, works, and services for the implementation of projects, programs, and plans, and then the function of establishing project management, compliance, monitoring, reporting, and risk management systems necessary for timely, efficient, and effective performance of procurement contracts for the implementation of approved projects, programs, and plan may run the authority into some trouble and may invite all kinds of genuine concerns.
House Leader, time now being 7:20.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the time now being 7:20, we ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:20.
Thank you. The question is that the time being 7:20 p.m., I put that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The business of the House continues. Member from St. James Central, turn.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Speaker. So what we find, based on how the bill is drafted, is that you can have self-oversight and you can have self-monitoring. Now, self-monitoring can take place, but I don't know that that is the kind of monitoring that you would want. It was my understanding that the authority would be monitoring other entities and someone else would be monitoring the authority without creating all of the duplications and all of the problems that we are so well aware of. Well, in the current form, the bill does not achieve that goal and would have to be reworked. The functions are also cast very wide. And, you know, the experience I've had tells me that when you can prevent some things ex ante or address them, you do so that you do not have to quarrel when you give power to someone and that power is exercised. And in this House, I have seen undignified quarrel breaking out about government exercising powers that are on the statute book, giving the impression as if something is wrong with that. Too many examples of it in this House. I do not subscribe to the school of thought which says that power granted shouldn't be exercised. I believe that if power is granted, it should be exercised. But I also subscribe to the school of thought which says it is not for a minister or an entity to determine the extent of the power that is granted under law, that the law itself must set it out and set it out clearly so that we do not then start quarreling as to whether action taken was actually intended. So when we say that anything can be done, it literally means anything can be done. And we have to consider carefully if this is the power we want to grant. I think the major concern raised by presenters relate to the taking over of powers that are vested in other entities to achieve the goal of rebuilding and reconstruction. And the Prime Minister spoke to the fragmented way in which things are done and the absence of a coordinated approach on a single platform. And it's really unfortunate that we are there, because numerous efforts have been made to bring the entities under one umbrella. And the boards, in many pieces of our legislation, they are accountable to the ministers. And, it remains work in progress. So we can quarrel about what should or shouldn't be done. The truth is that we are at a stage where we don't have the track record of power being exercised in a way to get things done quickly. We don't have the track record of the rest of government approaching issues with the kind of urgency that we, the members of Parliament, would require. And so I appreciate the ask for the step in power. Many times when I'm in my constituency and I'm reasoning with constituents, I say to them, government is not a one-man show. That the office of Member of Parliament or the political directorate is but a small, though powerful part of government. And a lot of what you ask of me as Member of Parliament is assigned to somebody else in government. And when the power is assigned to someone else, I can't exercise that power because it becomes an ultra-vires exercise of power. Now, when you look on the legislation, the bill, the provisions are drafted very, very wide, very wide. And I have no doubt that that is done to allow things to progress. But here is the danger in that approach. A lot of what the bill would authorize to be done by either the authority, which would be the CEO, because the Clause 5 tells you that the CEO shall act on behalf of the authority and be responsible for the day-to-day management of the authority. And then in more than one place, the bill tells you that notwithstanding anything to the contrary in any other law, and also that when the minister steps in, in effect, the minister can do anything. That is how wide it is. So, and the step in order, Clause 24, which we were directed to pay close attention to, tells you that the minister can approve, subject to any term or condition, an application made or submitted to the authority by the authority to an approving entity on which the approving entity has not made a decision, and then vary, modify, or remove a term, condition, or qualification to which an approval was made subject. And a step in order shall have effect in all respects in law as if that step-in order was an approval granted by the approving entity to which the authority first made application. Approving entity in clause 2 means the local authority, a local authority. And we know that under the Local Governance Act, the local authority is the municipal corporation, city municipalities, or town municipalities, or public body that exercises any statutory, regulatory, administrative, or operational function where the exercise of that function is required for the implementation, execution, or delivery of an approved construction and resilience project or a designated strategic investment project, including functions relating to physical planning and development control, building control, including the issuance of building permits and the conduct of inspections, land subdivision, land use and zoning, environmental management, natural resource conservation and environmental permits, approvals relating to water supply, sewage and drainage, roads, highways and transportation infrastructure, electricity, telecoms, and other utility service, and disaster risk management and hazard mitigation. So the stepping order to have the effect in all respects in law, as if the stepping order was an approval granted by the approving entity, will mean that the other processes that are involved will be impacted. Now, the Prime Minister said that you would not be sacrificing the accountability for speed, but in this current form, it will do that. So, for example, in looking at the approving entity, I usually speak with my constituents about bills that are before the Parliament, a habit I got into very early. And all of these functions listed here would normally be carried out by the Planning and Environmental Committee, utilizing the Town and Country Planning Act, the Building Act, and the Local Improvement Act, among others. And you would have persons like, so you would have the council of the local authority, which would be all elected councillors. You have the NEPA. In the case, if I were to use the example of Montego Bay, where I did my research, you would have the Mobe Metro, JPS, Water Commission, NWC, Flow, Digicel, the city engineer. You would have a host, the director of planning, the building, the city engineer, all of that. And in respect of the consultation, because all of these processes involve some level of consultation, and the bill is not omitting consultation, but it does not specify with whom the consultations should take place. But what we know is that where a law creates a duty to consult, or where there is a duty to consult, either because the law creates it or there is a consistent practice of consultation, the consultation has to be meaningful. And at least these criteria must be met. So the consultation has to be undertaken when the proposal is at a formative stage, the proposal to do whatever is to be done. Sufficient reasons must be given for the proposal to enable an informed response to be provided. Adequate time must be allowed for the response to the proposal. And then the product of the consultation must be conscientiously taken into account when the ultimate decision is being made. Where there is a duty to consult, fairness may also require disclosure to an interested party of the technical matters, technical advice on which a proposal is being made, on which you're going to have reliance. So the bill would need some reworking in order to achieve. Don't clap. Before you clap, the member and the minister have already said that time would be allowed to take into account all of the proposals, and you look at what amendments have to be made. So that is a decision that has already been taken. So, next point I wish to address. Clause 13. The bill uses what we collectively call statutory instruments, delegated legislation. So the bill is asking Parliament to grant very wide powers to the authority being the CEO and then the minister who steps in. Very, very wide. And then it is also asking that we delegate to the authority and the minister the power to also make laws. And the bill, so directions are to be given. Generally, directions do not take on the character of law. But the way that it is drafted in this bill, there is no doubt that those directions amount to law at a lower level. So the bill provides that a contravention of any direction under clause 13 shall not invalidate any transaction. That is at clause 13, subclause 4. The nature of the direction includes ensuring that approved reconstruction and resilience projects and designated strategic investment projects are implemented in accordance with the terms of the Cabinet approval and public interest. But the way it is drafted, it begs the question as to what will happen if the contravention is so unreasonable that the minister or the authority could not be taken to have authorized it. And what if the contravention is done on grounds of bad faith, improper motive, or is just manifestly absurd? And what if private interest trumps the public interest? Now, it is true that not every contravention will vitiate an action.
Member from St. James West Central, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, the bill in its current form will not achieve the goals that are set.
Thank you, member.
Madam Speaker, this matter is so important. I don't know what motivates my colleagues on that side who are clapping, but I know that I am vested in the success of the actions of the government. And so, Madam Speaker, this is too important for us not to have the kind of buy-in and take into account the very valid concerns that have been raised. So, Madam Speaker, on that note, I invite the Prime Minister piloting the bill and the team to take into account the very valid points that have been made. The bill needs some reworking.
Thank you, member. Are there any other contributions? The member from Clarendon North Central. Member from Kingston Central. Who is saying they're going now? My apologies. So it is actually the member from Clarendon Central.
Madam Speaker, it was not my intention to speak because I felt that our member from North Central St. Andrew had dealt with most of the issues or addressed a lot of the concerns, but there is a particular concern that I would just like to address from a local government standpoint. Going through the bill, Madam Speaker, carefully, I just want to highlight that there is no bypassing of the process, the approval process. And there is no, for want of a better term, there is no taking away of the authority of the approving entities involved. So whether you're dealing with the planning authority or the building authority, or you're dealing with fire or NWC in terms of sewage, there is no relinquishing of the authority of those entities. So the process, the approval process in the bill runs, in my estimation, reading the bill, the approval process runs as is. As is, currently.
One moment, member.
What is contained in the bill, however, Madam Speaker, is, and we're dealing with an emergency. We are dealing with, maybe this may not be a good example, but when you contemplate why did God have to appear on Mount Sinai, you learn. Why did God have to appear on Mount Sinai with the Ten Commandments? I've always contemplated it, Madam Speaker. Yes, and you know the reason? The children of Israel had gone so far. And in my belief, God couldn't get their attention unless there was a shock introduced into the system. So the Ten Commandments on Mount Sinai was God saying, getting the attention of the children of Israel. It's an emergency measure to get their attention. No, come here now. This is an emergency. This is a special situation in our country. It requires special measures. It requires emergency measures. And it requires a special approach. We can't, there's not one of us here in this parliament believe that the regular course or processes can address the reconstruction of this country. And therefore, and all of us understand that we need, in order to get the efficiency going, in order to get the reconstruction going, we need enhanced efficiencies, and we need quick responses. We need to get things through the processes faster. And I'm saying, so as part of this now, the bill introduces another level. I'm not an attorney, but this is my understanding, a level that streamlines and pushes the process. Now, it's almost, I would say, if you were thinking in another way, you would say it's an appeal. So the minister is able now not to make law, but the minister is able at the end of the process to intervene. Now, in the intervention, this is critical, in the intervention, the minister is not bypassing the approving entities. The minister, just read it carefully, the minister is convening the approving entities. So the minister is not, come on folks, the minister is not making a decision, a willy-nilly, for want of a better term, decision. The minister is convening the entities in the interest of the reconstruction. The minister is able to convene the entities, evaluate the process, what has happened before, look at the decisions. But it's there. It is there. You want me to read it? But the minister in intervening has to convene the approving entities. He has to convene the approving entities. And in convening the approving entities, the minister looks at the reason or reasons for the decision. And if the reason or reasons are grounded, the minister will uphold the decision of the approving entities. If they are not grounded, then the minister will make the decision in accordance with the reconstruction projects. So the point, as I close, but I believe the point is a simple one. There is no bypassing of the process. That's the point. That's the point. There is no bypassing of the process that currently exists. The process that currently exists will flow. Will flow. What this special situation requires is that the minister is now able to quicken the process if the needs arise. And that is it.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I thank the members who have participated thus far. As we have indicated, it is our intention to close the debate next week. I know it is easy for us to be in here and forget the urgency on the ground in relation to NARA and the people who are waiting on the reconstruction process to start. I urge the members to have us conclude the processes next week and let us move forward with the reconstruction. It is not intended to do any further business today. We will suspend the debate until next week, at which time we will close and continue the sectoral. So I ask that the House be adjourned for a date to be set. But next week,
Always best. Always best, House Leader. The question is that we suspend the sectoral debate and there being no other business, there being no other business, we will adjourn the sitting of the House for a date to be fixed. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.
regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know where they are. BGLC keep it fair for the player. You play.